I'm able to offer these MS62s that you see here today. I have a limited quantity of these coins in MS62 condition, Smithsonian quality. That's the grade of the example in the Smithsonian. $3,495 a coin. $34.95 a coin. Call in now. If you put half down today, $1,747.50, we will put one of these aside for you. Put your name on it, put it in our vault. And that, again, is so important because when we get these opportunities, especially when it's a rare date like this, once we sell out, they're gone. You know, we can't replace them at that price. So you put half down today, we will reserve one of these coins for you, pay the balance in 30 days. $3,495 a coin. Half down today, $1,747.50, and we will reserve an 1899p Smithsonian quality MS62 condition. I mean, look at this quality, folks. This is a coin, again, they were struck for commerce. These heavy gold double eagles, the largest denomination ever struck in gold by the U.S. Mint, with about an ounce of gold. To survive in this so close to mark-free condition, MS62 is a miracle. And it's only because of the great European bank where they were sitting in a bank, gathering dust in the corner for close to 90 years. And we're able to offer them for half down today of only $1,747.50. We've got a lot of people calling in here. The lines are lighting up, and I haven't even priced the MS63s, folks. Now, the MS63s. This is amazing quality for an 1899p. Again, there are only 65 examples graded at MS65. You know, this is an extraordinary grade for an 1899p. Extraordinary. Look at this coin. I mean, it looks like it could have been struck yesterday. Again, remember, they're struck for commerce, ejected from the press, where they'd fall into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another. They would have deep gouges, deep cuts, deep scrapes. To survive an MS63 is miraculous. Even more miraculous is the price. They're not $59.95, folks. $49.95, $44.95. Again, you go up in grade, you would expect the price to increase by at least 50%. You expect something around at least $49.95. We've got these coins for only $3,995. Limited quantities. Half down today. If you can't afford to swing the entire $39.95, $1,997.50 down today, will reserve one of these 1899p's for you in MS63 condition. This is extraordinary. To give you an idea, again, if you're new to numismatics, how extraordinary this is, I opened the presentation talking about the first double eagles ever struck. This is in 1849, the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's valued in the tens of millions, maybe the hundreds of millions of dollars. First struck in 1849. They only struck 2 examples, folks. They only struck 2 examples. You take a look at this coin, the Avars, and this is most educational. My guess is this particular piece was the very first example struck. It was ejected from the die press, fell into the bin with the obverse facing up. The second example that was struck, the rim of that coin hit right below Liberty's cheek there at 8 o'clock in the field. Those are called reading marks. Again, they're really heavy coins. They're 25 to 30% heavier than Morgan dollars. Gold is a very soft metal, and those are typical bag marks you see on gold double eagles, even though they only struck 2 examples. They didn't have to rattle around in bags or anything. They only struck 2 examples with reading marks that deep in the surface of the coin. At best, it's an MS63. And here, by really, truly, a miraculous circumstances. We've got this amazing small group. Got a lot of people calling in. The 1899p Liberty Double Eagle, if you've just tuned in, we rarely get something from the 19th century like this in mint-state condition. When we get Liberty Double Eagles in uncirculated mint-state condition, they're usually the later dates, like the 1904p, the 1900p. It's been many years since we've been able to offer an 1899p. They came out of a couple bags from the Great European Bancord. Extremely rare. It's truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity at these kinds of prices. When we have gold at, it's just been skyrocketing in value. But again, these are not bullion coins. The best part is the premium that we have on these coins is so small when you consider the rarity. There's so much upside potential in these extraordinary 1899p Liberty Double Eagles. MS-62s, again, half down today for an MS-62. The Smithsonian specimen is an MS-62. You're getting a Smithsonian quality, half down today of only $1,747.50, and we'll reserve one of these coins for you, your name on it, we'll put it in our vault, pay the balance in 30 days. Imagine pulling this coin out and showing it to your friends. Imagine that. And then we have the MS-63s. $3,995, half down today. If you can't swing the entire $39.95 today, half down of only $1,997.50, and we'll reserve one of these MS-63s for you. Please call in now. This is a very, very limited time offer, folks, to get this rare date in this condition. Really, as the host of Rick's U.S. Coin Show, this is what I really love to do. This is what really makes my day, to be able to offer you an incredible Double Eagle that I know is truly exceptional for the date. At these kind of prices, this is what I love to do, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching this presentation here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. But please, stay tuned. We have another great presentation coming right up. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm Rick Tomaska, your host, and I have got an incredibly exciting gold opportunity for you today. That's the good news. The bad news is I have real limited quantities of this coin. They're in mint state condition, folks, and they're Smithsonian quality. These coins are equal or superior to the example in the Smithsonian. Now, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. In fact, they own what is considered the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's the first double eagle ever struck. This is the only surviving example. It's in the Smithsonian. It's in 1849. This is the first time they ever struck a double eagle. Up to that point, the largest gold coin was a $10 gold piece that they called the Eagle. The Eagle was just about a half an ounce of gold. It was then that they discovered gold in California in 1848. So now our country had this abundance of gold, and they were able to strike an even larger gold coin, which was of incredible help to the banking system because it allowed the banks to make those larger transactions that much easier if they had double eagles to work with instead of eagles. So the Mint began striking the double eagle, and they had a couple of these that they struck in 1849. It was called the double eagle because it was twice the size of the eagle with about an ounce of gold. They're large, heavy coins. A double eagle, folks, I have a couple right here. Well, they're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. A Morgan dollar is a very large silver coin. They're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. They're about 25 to 30% heavier than a Morgan dollar. Because again, this is about a full ounce, close to a full ounce of gold in a double eagle. The examples I have today, folks, are from the 19th century, and I have them in MS62 and MS63 condition. We have a limited quantity of these. I've got, I think, 15 of each on display right now. The total we have is around 70 coins. The Smithsonian example is an MS62. Take a look at these, MS62 and an MS63. For comparison, I also have an MS60 that we can show the viewers so they can see the difference. Now, when we're talking about MS60, 62, 63, if you're new to United States coin collecting, those numbers are meaningless. So let me explain in about 30 seconds what that all means. Coins are graded on a 70-point grading system. It's called the Sheldon grading system. From a low of 1, which is a heavily worn coin where you can barely read the date, to a high of 70, which represents perfection. There are no gold double eagles in MS70 or MS69 or even MS68. MS60 is the lowest mint state grade. It represents a coin that has never been in circulation. Anything below an MS60 is a coin that's been in circulation. MS60 is a coin that's never been in circulation, but it has an abundance of bag marks and abrasions because of the process of minting the coins. These coins were struck for commerce, folks. You have to understand that they were struck, ejected from the coin press into a bin where they abraded with other coins. Again, these are really heavy coins. Gold is a very soft metal. And from there, they would go through coin counting machines. They would be dumped into bags and then shipped to banks throughout the country. During that process, they're abrading them with one another. Even though it was never in circulation, you could see a lot of abrasions over the surface of the coin. Now, that is a superior grade, though, for a Liberty double eagle, because typically, again, because of the weight of these coins, they're usually gouged and dinged to a degree where they're not even gradable. Here, for example, is a 1903 that I have in my hand. And we're going to rotate it around, and you could see, look at the deep gouge in Liberty's jaw there. If you set this to a grading service, they call it damaged. Here's another example that I have, a 1907. This is the last year of the Liberty Double Eagle series, in 1907. Because in 1907, they changed the design to the St. Gaudens. 1907 is the last year they struck the Liberty Double Eagle, and you can see another deep gouge there in the upper cheekbone of Liberty. Not even gradable. This is your typical Liberty double eagle that has survived to this day. Now, when you're looking at an MS62 grade in 63, let's take a look at a couple examples that we have here, folks. You'll notice a noticeable difference. MS62 is an exceptional grade. Again, the example in the Smithsonian is MS62. So the 62s you see here are Smithsonian quality. This is a rare date. You look at this coin, folks. This is an incredible quality for an 1899 Liberty double eagle. I mean, only the lightest abrasions on the surface of this coin. And the reverse is, I mean, really fully gem. It's spectacular. And then we have the MS63, 1 grade point higher, superior to the Smithsonian specimen. These are graded by either NGC or PCGS, the 2 leading grading services in the country. Look at this coin, folks. To find a coin with so few marks is amazing. And again, when you compare it to an MS60, you can see the difference. This is a mint state coin, but it's what you would typically expect to find in a gradable Liberty double eagle. Again, for a Liberty double eagle, MS60 is an exceptional grade. There are so few that have survived in mint state condition. To give you an idea of how rare these coins are, I made a little chart of some of the double eagles that we have offered over the last 6-7 years. And I have them ranked from some of the most common issues to some of the rarest issues that we've been able to offer. In the St. Gaudens series, the most common issue is the 1924P. They've certified around 300,000 examples at PCGS. These are PCGS population totals, of which almost 50,000 are MS65 gem quality. And you go down the chart there. Now, one of the dates I really love is that 1907P, first year of issue of the St. Gaudens series. Only around 17,500 certified in all grades and about 2,500 in MS65. And then you get to the Liberty series. Now, there is one date that is the most common in the series, the 1904P. That's the one date when you find a Liberty double eagle. There's a good chance, if you see them at coin shows or if you go into a coin shop, if they have a Liberty double eagle, there's a really good chance that it's going to be a 1904P. And you could see there, the total certified, right, just by PCGS alone, almost 200,000 coins, of which 5,600 are MS65s, which is a very, very high grade for a Liberty double eagle. And then you have the second most common date, the 1900P. It's almost 4 times rare. But then look at the 1899Ps. Only 19,000 coins. This is a key date, folks. It is so exciting. These coins that you're looking at, they really should not exist. Let me repeat that. These 1899Ps in MS62 and MS63 really should not exist. The only reason we have them is because they've been stored in a bank in Europe since the early 1930s. Now you might ask, well, what the heck were they doing in a bank in Europe since the early 1930s? The story really begins with the Great Depression. Great Depression was economic disaster for this country. We had unemployment around 25–30%, and this was going on for years. So the Great Depression started in the late 20s, and it continued on for years, folks. In 1933, it was estimated that there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. Think about that, 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. This is in 1933. This is like, 90 years ago. So imagine all these citizens with their life savings in the bank, their nest egg that they had accumulated over 20, 30 years. That was going to be for their retirement. And they go to the bank the next day, and the bank's closed, shuttered closed. They had failed. You were wiped out. And this was hitting millions of Americans. Well, there was panic among all the citizenry because for all those citizens who had money in banks that had not failed, they had to wonder if their bank was going to be next. So what they began to do is to pull their money out of the banks, because who knows what this paper money could be worth, in in a year or 2 or 5 years. Again, this is... Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
and Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best?
I'm going to share with you a coin that is arguably the most important American silver eagle ever struck by the U.S. Mint. Now, do I say this because it's the final year to feature artist John Mercanti's exquisite heraldic eagle, which has graced the reverse of this coin since the beginning of the series in 1986? Well, that is pretty meaningful, but I'm not sure that would make it the most important. Is it because it has a minuscule mintage of just 240,000 coins, making it the second lowest mintage of the entire bullion series? That's only part of the story. The reason that this is possibly the most significant silver eagle in the entire series is because of the historical circumstances that caused this coin to even exist. Much like the 1943 steel Lincoln cent struck during World War II, the 2020 Philadelphia issue Silver Eagle was struck because of a critical national emergency. You see, under normal circumstances, the Mint State bullion issue American Silver Eagle is struck at the West Point Mint. But due to health and safety issues surrounding the worldwide coronavirus pandemic, a small quantity of Silver Eagles were struck at the Philadelphia Mint in an effort to meet the demand for these immensely popular coins. Let me read to you the official release from the U.S. Mint explaining the reason these coins were struck and how we were able to determine their ever-important pedigree as part of this emergency production. In light of the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, the United States Mint has temporarily reduced production in its facilities in order to reduce the risk of employee exposure to COVID-19. The health and safety of the Mint workforce remains our highest priority. Typically, American Eagle silver bullion coins are minted at the Mint's West Point facility. However, due to the reduced production at the West Point facility amid the coronavirus pandemic, from April 8th until April 20th, 2020, the United States Mint at Philadelphia produced 240,000 American Eagle silver bullion coins. These 2020 American Eagle silver bullion coins minted in Philadelphia were all packaged manually. The coins were shipped in so-called monster boxes, each of which contains 25 tubes of 20 coins for a total of 500 coins in each box. Monster boxes of 2020 American Eagle silver bullion coins minted in Philadelphia were affixed with a typed label containing the box tracking number. Additionally, box tracking numbers were handwritten directly on the boxes. Box tracking numbers 400,000 through and including 400,479 were used on boxes of coins minted in Philadelphia. The United States Mint does not sell its bullion coins directly to the public. Instead, we distribute our coins through a network of official distributors called authorized purchasers to provide investors the opportunity to acquire precious metal coins at a slight premium to spot market prices. As such, all American Eagle silver bullion coins are, by their very nature, homogeneous. None of these coins bears a mint mark designating the facility where it was produced. The Mint's goal is to ensure that the American Eagle silver bullion coins struck at any of its facilities are identical and indistinguishable from one another. This is huge. This is very interesting. And these coins have become incredibly popular. Now, at West Point, they have actually robotic machinery that puts these coins into the tubes. These tubes that go into the monster box, they have 20 coins. These coins in Philadelphia are manually tubed. Now, what that means is when they strike Silver Eagles in Philadelphia, someone manually has to pick up those coins and stack them and put them into these tubes. Now, what's that mean for the grade of these coins? It means it is much less likely to get a high-grade coin. Humans have to touch these coins. They get fingerprints, they bang together, they rattle around more. So the odds of getting a high-grade coin from this Philadelphia hoard is actually harder to get than the normal coins struck at West Point. That's important too, because as we talk about the grade of these coins, to get a Mint State 69 from this Philadelphia hoard is going to be even harder to achieve than a coin struck in the normal way and packaged in the normal automated way at the West Point Mint. This is a very, very exciting coin. Obviously, the historical impact of the coronavirus affecting this coin in a big way is going to make this a coin that forever is going to be remembered for these historical and trying times that we're going through. And, you know, a lot of coin collecting is just that link to history. You know, we love coins that relate to, you know, certain people or certain times, certain events. Like I mentioned earlier, you know, that 1943 steel Lincoln cent, you know, because of that history there, the importance of it. Or whether it's those coins from the early 20th century because Roosevelt wanted new coin designs and the artists like St. Gaudens that he worked with to do it. Or coins from colonial times that were struck to, you know, start our fledgling economy on its way. You know, the history of the coins is such an integral part. And for a coin like this, where it is directly affected by current events, I mean, that's a big deal. Now, let me show you a couple of things that I talked about here. First off, let's talk about this mintage. Here's a chart of all the Mint State Silver Eagles from 1986, which is the first year of the Silver Eagle series. And you look at these mintages, and you see at the peak years, you've got 47 million, 44 million, you know, above 40 million. And then you'll see, you know, lots of these in the 20, 30 million range. You get down to the bottom of the list, even the low mintages are around 5 million. We get down here, you see a few that are under 5 million, not many. These are the tough years. 96 is a notoriously rare coin, very hard coin to get. Mint State 69 though, very tough coin. It's a coin that is notorious for spots and things that prevent it from being found in high grade. Then we have our coin here, the 2020 P. And you see that P in parentheses, and that's because as the Mint stated in their official press release, that letter I read, the bullion issue coin is produced without a mint mark. They want these coins to all be interchangeable. So that P is in parentheses, or it's what we'd call like an implied mint mark, implied Philadelphia mint mark, meaning the coins don't have a mint mark on it, but we know they were struck in Philadelphia because of the pedigree. And we're able to know that only because, as the Mint mentioned in its letter, there was a small amount of boxes of coins with serial numbers that can be attributed back to Philadelphia. So when the Mint releases these coins, they release them, as they said, in a green monster box, which looks like this. This one isn't from this year, so the serial number does not match what I talked about, but this is what they are. 500 coins in a box. They're all in tubes like this. Here's a partial tube. Again, these aren't from this year. I'm just wanting to show you what it looks like. 20 coins per tube. And then these tubes are in this box, 25 tubes per box. And this is how the Mint distributes the regular issue Silver Eagle, which the Mint calls the bullion issue. I'd call it either the Mint State or just the kind of regular issue Silver Eagle. You can see here a handwritten serial number. This is again from a different year. This is a West Point box. This is not a Philadelphia box. And then stickers here also with serial numbers. So when these boxes are released from the Mint this year, if you get a box with a serial number in that range that the Mint mentions in the letter, you know that it comes from Philadelphia. But once you open the box, if the coins don't have, a mint mark, how do you know they're pedigreed to that? Well, we are working with NGC, who does a great job, obviously, at grading and authenticating coins and collectibles. What happens is when a dealer gets a box that has the proper serial numbers, between that 400,000 and 400,479, you can send it to NGC and they will authenticate it. They will make sure the box has not been tampered with, the box has not been opened, the serial numbers are legitimate, nothing's been changed or altered. Once they confirm the box is truly a box from the Philadelphia Mint, only then under their, extremely tight security, will they open the box and then grade the coins, and then on the holder, they put that implied P mint mark. And in this case, they also mention that is from the emergency production. So we're able to pedigree these coins, and this is much like, the GSA hoard of Morgan dollars that we all, treasure. It's a special pedigree from the mint, and it's really important as collectors. And like I said, the pedigree is so important on this because of its historical, place in history here, the historical impact that led to these coins being produced under these emergency conditions. So we have these coins here today. Like I said, mintage, one of the lowest there is. I want to show you in comparison to just the other coins for this year, how tiny, tiny, tiny of a percentage of the coins came from Philadelphia. Here's our 2020 regular issue, bullion issue, American Silver Eagles. Total mintage so far, this is just through June, the first half of the year. I'm using the data that I can get available today. First half of the year, first 6 months, 12,596,500 coins released by the U.S. Mint. The total amount of that 12.5 million coins struck at Philadelphia, only 240,000. That's less than 2% of the coins came from Philadelphia. And I'm sure not even all of them will be able to get this pedigree. I'm sure there's people who bought boxes of these coins, opened them up, didn't realize that it was something special, and that pedigree is gone forever. So the amount of coins that could even be attributed and designated with that pedigree is going to be even smaller than 2%. Now keep in mind, that's 2% so far for the year. There's no plans of making any more at Philadelphia. So as the mintage for the year increases, that percentage just becomes more important, more tiny of a slice of the total production of Silver Eagles for 2020. If you look at my projection, I'm saying based on the first 6 months of the year, probably about 25 million coins struck. That means less than 1% of the coins struck for this year come from this Philadelphia emergency production. It's a tiny, tiny amount. This is the hottest coin. They're so hard to get a hold of. They're so hard to keep in stock. The prices have been rising dramatically. Here's a couple of examples in Mint State 70. $745 for this one. Again, $750. These coins are just so hard to get. But the coins I have here right now, and I think this is the play right now, is the Mint State 69. And I'll tell you why I love the Mint State 69 for this particular coin. I think it's a great opportunity to take advantage of the price before, while these are still available. You're going to be amazed at what I can offer these to you with the kind of demand for these coins. I don't know how long I'll be able to keep these coins in stock, and I don't know if I'll be able to go out and find them again and replace them and be able to sell them like this again. But these coins are just in such high demand, and like I said, the MS69 price, there's such a spread between the 70 and the 69. And for you, those of you who are maybe new to collecting, when we grade coins, we use a 70-point scale. 70 is absolutely flawless, even under magnification. You look under 5 times, 10 times power magnification, flawless coins. 69 grade is so close to that with the naked eye, this is a coin that appears flawless. Only under high magnification are you going to find any imperfections in this coin. So this is a beautiful, beautiful, virtually perfect coin. And you can get this for a fraction of the price of a Mint State 70 coin right now. I have some comps here in 69 grade. Here's one, $192.50. Here's another one, $199. $196 again. People selling these coins, of course. Here's one for $335. And you can see these are coins that are selling. 4 sold, you see here. They have a couple left in stock, but people are this is not just somebody putting up some moon price and hoping somebody will pay it. There are coins actually selling for these prices. $335. Somebody with a ton of positive feedback, 99.5% positive feedback. It's the same coin we have, emergency production, 2020 with that implied P, that pedigree to the Philadelphia Mint. This is just a plain brown label. We have coins here in our exclusive Ronald Reagan label. It has that artwork designed by John Mercanti, who's the gentleman who designed the reverse of this coin. It's the last year this coin is going to have that Mercanti reverse, so this is an important coin. You know, even before we had the pedigree on it, this is a great coin. But now that we have this added historical issue coin, ours have the special exclusive label you can't get anywhere else. On top of it, ours are certified from the first day of issue. These are coins that NGC has guaranteed were released by the Mint on the very first day that the Mint released this coin. They're in Mint State 69, like I said, virtually flawless, flawless to the naked eye. Mint State 69, beautiful coins. Coins you see selling $200, $335. Right now, I have these coins for less than $100, $99.95. You're getting a coin that I would argue is the most important historical coin in the entire American Silver Eagle series, the most popular series in coin collecting. This is a coin that has so much demand that collectors are lining up for. You know, around the country, there are so many collectors of this series of coins. This is our generation's Morgan dollar. This is a coin that will, you know, live on forever in the hearts and minds of collectors. It's such a beautiful coin. You have that, first of all, I mean, it's 1 ounce of silver. It's a huge coin. You have that Walking Liberty design, originally designed by Adolph Wyman. First used on a coin 1916 on the Walking Liberty $half. But now when you move that from a $half coin that's about 1/3 of an ounce of silver, up into a 1 ounce silver eagle, there's just so much more room for that. It's just such a bigger canvas to really, really, you know, just demonstrate that artwork as Wyman intended. Then you have that reverse with that heraldic eagle, you know, much like the presidential seal. That eagle design with those outstretched wings and the shield and the banner, E Pluribus Unum, you know, that design by John Mercanti, such a classic design. This is the final year to feature this design. It is just a beautiful, stunning coin. These are just exquisite coins. A coin that happens to be graded in a Mint State 69, a virtually flawless, a coin that is flawless to the naked eye. But from this particular issue, the final year with that reverse, the coin that was struck in a different mint in Philadelphia, the original mint, you know, in the, you know, where they first struck coins in 1793. They struck silver eagles, only 240,000 of them in 2020 because of an emergency worldwide pandemic that is just turning our world upside down. And this coin is just such an important historical coin. From the first day of issue, for less than $100 is just an opportunity that is here today, but I don't know how long this opportunity will be here. It's so hard just to get these boxes pedigreed, especially, I mean, the first day of issue has come and gone. So once we go through the allotment that we've received, you know, I can't get first day of issue anymore. It is just a coin that just has all of those things we look for as collectors. Obviously a beautiful coin, obviously a high grade coin, obviously a great value, less than $100, and from the most popular series in all coin collecting. And this is just, you know, one of those moments in time where we have a coin that is kind of the perfect storm of all those attributes, a coin that is such a piece of our history here. I'm just kind of overwhelmed by this coin. There's just so much going on here. I think I remembered everything because it's kind of mind-boggling the importance of this coin and how many different features there are. But most importantly here, I think, is just the history of this coin. The moment in time that these coins were struck, why they were struck, just makes it so important. And like I said, I think this is the most important coin in the Silver Eagle series. If you're a Silver Eagle collector, or if you're just if you collect any coins or if you collect anything, or you know what, even if you don't collect coins, if you're an American and you're living today and you're a student of history, this coin is just so important. I hope you're able to add one to your collection. And thank you so much for joining me here. I'm Jack McNamara, and you're watching Rare Collectibles TV.
Coins cost too much. No, they don't. No, they don't. Not if you know where to look and what to look for. I have a set today. When I first gave a presentation on this set, the demand was so overwhelming. But the problem was putting the sets together. It's been a long time since I've been able to make a presentation on this set once again. It is extremely difficult because what I'm dealing in are the finest known examples of this set. The set I'm talking about is the 50-state commemorative quarter program. This program, folks, when it initiated in 1999, was the most successful program ever offered by the U.S. Mint. It's estimated that roughly half of the entire U.S. population was involved collecting these quarters in some degree. When you look at the mintages of all the state quarters, again, the program initiated in 1999 and ended in 2008. 5 quarters were issued each year in the order that they entered the Union. So the very first quarter issued was the Delaware, because that was the first state to enter the Union on December 7th, 1787. Followed by Pennsylvania, December 12th, followed by New Jersey, December 18th, 1787, and Georgia entered in January of 1788, and so on. 5 per year. Now, these were the mintages of the coins that were offered, struck for circulation, for commerce. And you can see they were issued in the hundreds of millions of coins, the Philadelphia Mint and the Denver Mint. In total, when they finally finished up in the last year, 2008, at the very bottom there, the U.S. Mint struck a grand total of $34,797,600,000 statehood quarters. Phenomenal, phenomenal total. However, as most of you know who are regular viewers, if you're not a regular viewer, if you are a new viewer, my specialty has really been United States proof coins. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art. They're not struck for commerce. They're struck strictly for collectors. They're meant to offer the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. In order to make a proof coin, the U.S. Mint takes the finest dies and they polish them until the dies have a mirror-like finish. And then they'll take the coin blanks and they'll carefully weigh them so they're the exact perfect weight. They'll give them a kind of polishing and cleaning process as well. And while commercial strikes are quickly struck once in a die and then ejected into a bin where they are braided with other coins, proof coins are hand-fed into the die, struck at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of that design. And then most importantly, once struck, they're not ejected into a bin, but they're individually handled so as not to abrade with any other coins. Now, also of great importance is that proof dies are replaced after they've only struck a few thousand coins. They're not allowed to wear and deteriorate as dies are for commercial strikes. Dies for commercial strikes strike tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of coins before they're being replaced. Proof dies maybe a few thousand coins, and then they're quickly replaced with a new die so that every coin will be absolutely state of the art. Now, what I have today are not the commercial strikes, but the proof strikes from the 50 State Quarter Series. I have the entire set. And what I have are not the clad issues, the non-silver clad issues, which had no silver content. I have the silver statehood quarter set. And these were struck in much smaller numbers than the clad proof statehood quarters. These represent the top of the line, folks, in the statehood quarter series. Take a look at these vintages. Whereas the commercial strikes were struck in the tens of billions. You look at the proof strikes. 1999, they struck 3.7 million of the clad, but only 800,000 of the proof silver. And you can see on down the line, many of the proof silver issues had vintages of around 1 million coins. Now, they had serious packaging problems with these silver proof quarters and the clad proof quarters as well. Most of them did not survive in exceptional condition. Most of them have developed very hazy toning and are less than flawless when they come out of the holder. I want you to take a look at the 2 statehood quarter sets that I have for you today. The one set is in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. Proof 70 Ultra Cameo is the highest possible grade any coin can ever receive. Proof 70, folks, represents perfection, state of the art, a coin that's flawless under high magnification at the grading service. A Proof 69 coin is a coin that's flawless to the naked eye. When then pulled aside and studied under higher magnification, is discovered to have a tiny flaw under the higher magnification. So to the naked eye, folks, these are flawless coins. This entire set in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. It's a 50 coin set. Every one, again, these are 90% silver issues. You can see the first year of issue. This set is so large we were not able to fit it on a single stand. We've got the remainder of the set on this stand on top here. It's an amazing set, and the best part is the price. We did all the work acquiring the 1999 set alone, just in raw condition. Just those 5 coins go for about $100, ungraded raw condition. We hand-selected the finest examples. We submitted them to NGC. NGC then proceeded to conserve and curate the coins to keep them as original, haze-free, remove any possible contaminants on the surface of the coin, then grade the coin and encapsulate it in their state-of-the-art holders. These holders, folks, are made from state-of-the-art medical-grade plastics. These holders are the same holders that the Smithsonian uses to house their coin collection, these same NGC holders. This entire process, grading, handling, shipping of a single coin, can run you over $50, and that does not include the cost of the coin. Remember, these are the silver issues, not the clad. Silver issues are far more expensive, especially those early years, especially the 1999 year. So if you were to try to assemble this set yourself, at the very least it would cost you $70, $75 a coin, folks. Your cost in creating a set like this in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo would be $2,500 to $3,000. I've got this entire set for you today for $21.90 a coin. $1,095 for the entire 50 coin set. $1,095 for the entire 50 coin set. It's extremely difficult putting these sets together. You take a look at these, and every one, again, hand inspected by yours truly, submitted to NGC, curated by NGC to make sure the coin is absolutely neutralized and will be as flawless and beautiful 50 years from now as it is today in NGC's state-of-the-art airtight holder. It's as good as it gets, except for the set I have on my left. Now this set, 50 coins, 49 of which are in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. When these coins were coming out, and they were being graded in 70 Ultra Cameo, they were going for moon money. Just the first year, 1999 Delaware, folks, There was an example that sold in auction. This was not an eBay price or anything else. This was an auction price where you had bidders competing against one another. This 1999 Delaware in Proof 70, the highest possible grade, sold for over $17,000. Several years later, the Georgia, not quite as rare as that Delaware, just the Georgia, sold for over $6,000. There's a 2002 Indiana, $1,000. There's a 2002 Tennessee, $920. Sasha's got a chart that we made that shows you Proof 70s graded by NGC in this set. In the past, I've offered the complete set all in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, all 50 coins. That set originally was $24.95. I can no longer offer that set at $24.95. If I were to offer a set today with all 50 coins, it would be $27.95 because the demand is far exceeding the supply. Okay, let me say that again. The demand is far exceeding the supply. So I don't have any complete 70 coin sets. What I have is the 50 coin set. 49 of the dates are in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. One date that is not is the 1999S Delaware. It's in the 6.9 Ultra Cameo. But you can see that those dates in 1999s, there's a lot of rare dates there. And you can see for those first several years, folks, as we go down the list, these coins in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo are extremely rare, with 1,000 to 2,000 coins graded total in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. The numbers really don't begin to rise until you get into the middle years in the Statehood Quarter Series. When you get to the 2004 issues, where you have coins with total number graded between 2,000 and 3,000 coins for those 2004 issues. Then you get to the 2005 issues and you see somewhere that you have 4,300 graded, 4,800 graded. Then you continue on down through 2006. So it's 2005, 2006, 2007, and 2008 where you begin to see Proof 70 Ultra Cameos not quite as rare as those first 3 or 4 years. Again, we put in all the work. You can buy the entire set, or you can get the individual year sets. Very, very quickly. If you want to get the 1999 set, where you have the Delaware in 6.9 and the other 4 dates all in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, the entire 1999 set is only $279. Okay, 4 dates in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, which, by the way, here's a 1999 set with all dates in Proof 69, not Proof 70. All 5 dates in Proof 69 that a dealer, this is a well-known dealer, a very highly respected dealer, $499 for a 5-coin set in Proof 69. My 1999 set has 4 dates in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. The Delaware is in 6.9. The set is only $279. The next year, the 2000s, very rare coins as you've seen. The entire 5-coin set is only $179. $179. That's about $35 a coin. The 2001 set, also only $179. This is going to be a quick presentation because I have a limited number of these sets. We get to the 2002s, folks, they're still only $179, where you saw some selling in auction, individual coins selling for $1,000. I've got the entire 5-coin set for $179. And then we get to the 2003s, where they're not quite as rare as those earlier sets, and the price drops down to $159. That's about $32 a coin. Again, remember the grading fees, handling fees, shipping fees. If you were to submit just one of these coins yourself, would cost you $55, $60, and that doesn't include the cost of you shipping the coin to them. And the chances of getting a 70 are very, very minute, about a 5% chance. The next year, after the 2004s, you got the 2005s, and it's only $149 a set. That's less than $30 a coin. The 2006s, $149. The 2007s, $149. And finally, the last 5 states to enter the Union, 2008, you've got Oklahoma, New Mexico, Arizona. I believe they entered the Union in 1911, and then ending up with Alaska and Hawaii, the last 2 states to enter the Union in 1959. $149. Now, individually, folks, that still only comes to $1,730 for all 10 sets if you bought them individually. However, if you get the entire set, the entire 50 coin set, 49 in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, get ready, the entire 50 coin set, 49 dates in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, $29.90 a coin, the entire set, only $1,495 while I have them. This is the set I have in very limited supply. I've got about 75 sets in 69 Ultra Cameo. I only have about a dozen sets, like you see here, with 49 coins in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo and the 1 Delaware in 6.9. Only about a dozen because there are a lot of key dates in this 50 coin set with 49 dates in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. The entire set, only $1,495. Every state had the ability to decide what traditions, what symbols, what emblems they wanted on their quarter. There you see the Delaware. That individual on the Delaware, a lot of people think that it was Paul Revere riding on this horse. It's not Paul Revere. It's a gentleman by the name of Caesar Rodney, very first state to enter the Union, the Delaware. This entire set, folks, only $1,495. This is a special. You get this set now, and if you're able to find one of those Delawares in 70, then you have the complete set at an incredible, incredible price. Nobody else is coming close to this kind of price. I should add it's available on the 2-payment option as well. So if you want to get this set in Proof 70, you just put half down today of $747.50 and the balance in 30 days. And you'll own this incredible ultimate silver statehood quarter set. Thanks for watching this presentation. This is a collector special. This is a series I really love. Each coin is absolutely unique. The designs are so inspirational. You look at each one, all the detail, all the symbolism, all the traditions on every coin. It is a very, very special set. This is a set to put away for your kids, your grandkids. It'll teach them a lot about our country, teach them a lot about our history. It has everything you want in the numismatic coin collection. Again, this set was originally initiated by the U.S. Mint, meant to teach a lot of citizens about our country. And it was hugely popular with the collecting public. It was estimated that almost half the entire U.S. population got involved in the statehood quarter series. And here we have the finest of those statehood quarters in these Proof 69 and Proof 70 sets. It's just a great, great set. It's just absolutely thrilled to be able to offer it at this really ground floor opportunity price. Again, limited quantity of these Proof 70s. We've got a lot of people calling in. I can't oversell it. I'm going to have to end it right here. I want to thank you for watching. But please, stay tuned for our next presentation coming right up. It's something that I think you're going to really, really enjoy. Thanks for watching.
I'm here on the American River at the actual location where James Marshall discovered gold at Sutter's Mill in 1848, setting off the California Gold Rush. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show, so stay tuned for the next presentation.
Here are a couple reproductions of what is undoubtedly the most famous work of art in U.S. numismatics. It's called the Nike of Samothrace, or the Winged Goddess of Victory. Now, I had been searching around, shopping around for larger versions of the Winged Goddess, and everything that you find on the internet, it's one of these smaller versions. And so finally, about a year ago, we came upon this one we have here. That I was so thrilled to be able to get this version of the Winged Goddess of Victory, the Nike. Now, folks, the original was actually discovered on the island of Samothrace in the year 1863. The original, with the base, is around 18 feet high. Now, someday it's my hope to get a copy that's as high as the original. Wouldn't that be nice to have the 18-foot high statue, a copy of the Nike? But it is truly an incredible work of art. It was created around 300 BC. And again, it's considered the most magnificent work of art from the Greco-Roman era in terms of a sculptor that really captures the flowing lines, the beauty. When you look at the Nike, it's as if she's moving through the wind. And it's that sense of movement of this statue that gives it that unique quality when you compare it to other stone sculptures of the era. Now, it now resides in the Louvre. In fact, when you walk into the Louvre, at the entrance, you have this marble staircase right at the entrance. And at the top of that marble staircase, you will find the Nike, front and center in the Louvre, folks. And the coins I have today were designed by Augustus Saint Gaudens, one of the great artists of the era, who made some of the most beautiful, beautiful sculptures and coin designs from the 1900s. The coin I have used the Nike as his inspiration. And it's the St. Gaudens Double Eagle. And I have a St. Gaudens Double Eagle, folks, that I have not been able to offer in this condition in years. And it's absolutely stunning. We have a limited quantity of these. It's the 1915 San Francisco Mint issues in MS 65 condition. Folks, over the last couple years, it has been so difficult finding St. Gaudens Double Eagles, even the most common dates like the 1924 Ps and even MS63, MS64 condition. But to get a 1915S like this, we have a limited quantity of these. I made a little chart for you showing the rarity of this coin in the condition we have them in today. But these are some of the St. Gaudens Double Eagles that we have offered in high-grade MS65 condition over the last 7 years here at Rick's U.S. Coin Show. And you can see the most common date is the 24P. 24Ps now are going for $3,000, $4,000. Gold right now is almost $2,000 an ounce. You have a 27P, over 30,000 graded in MS65. One of the rarest pieces we've ever offered is the 1907P, only around 2,600 coins graded in MS65. Those coins sell for $5,000, $6,000 today. This 1915S I have for you, folks, it's been years since I've had 1915Ss in this condition. If you go to the Smithsonian, they have the greatest collection of United States coins in the world. Their 1915S is an MS62. These are MS65s, among the finest known. It's hard to believe that these beautiful jewels are over 100 years old. Now, if you're wondering what MS65 means, well, coins are graded on the Sheldon grading scale. It spans from a low of 1 to a high of 70. A 1 is a coin with the heaviest possible wear. You could barely read the date. A 10 or a 12 is a coin with very heavy wear. You can read the date and have a little bit of detail. When you get up to 50, 53, or 55, those are called almost uncirculated, where there is light wear. The coin's been in circulation for perhaps a month, 2 months. When you get to a 60 grade, a 60 is considered mint state. That's a coin that's never been in circulation, but the coin has a lot of bag marks on it from being in a bag abrading with other coins. Typical condition for St. Gaudens double eagles. There has never been a 1915S or any St. Gaudens double eagle, for that matter, that's graded a perfect 70. The highest grade for a 1915S that I know of is MS67. Now you look at this MS65, folks, you're talking about a coin that's essentially flawless to the naked eye. In fact, you're looking at it on your TV screen here, and it does look flawless. On the obverse and reverse, it is so close to perfection. These are miracle coins. That's why there's only a couple thousand in existence graded by PCGS. A 70 is a coin that's flawless under high magnification. There are no coins from this era, folks, that grade 70. They don't exist. The only coins you find in 70 are the most modern mint products. These were coins that were struck for commerce. They were dumped into bins. For any to survive, even an uncirculated MS60 is a miracle. Only a couple % of the entire mintage of the 1915Ss have survived in MS60 and higher condition. In these 1915Ss, there's only a couple thousand graded by PCGS. Now you look at this coin, again, so close to perfection. In fact, when you study it, right here, the high points of Liberty's breast, her left knee, the fields, essentially flawless. It's an amazing, miraculous state of preservation. And the reverse as well, no heavy bag marks or abrasions, essentially as the day it was struck back in 1915. You look at this coin, you have to understand that the St. Gaudens double eagle is the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. It's a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar, about 10% smaller in diameter. However, it's about 25% heavier. It's a large, heavy coin with about an ounce of gold. Gold right now has been bouncing around between $1,900 and $2,000 an ounce, so there's almost $2,000 worth of gold alone in this coin. And to find it in this condition, you have to understand that these coins were struck for commerce. They were struck on the die, ejected from the die, they would fall into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another. From those bins, they would go through coin counting machines. After the coin counting machines, they were dumped into bags, thrown onto trains, and shipped to banks around the country. So by the time the teller would give you one of these coins, even though it had never been in circulation, it would be very heavily abraded. I have a couple typical examples. These are the kinds of defects you would normally find on a St. Gaudens double eagle. When you look at the deep cuts on this, and in the rim itself, you see some deep gouges, and on Liberty's right thigh there. Again, this is simply from one coin falling on top of another. Here's another example. You see the deep gouge by the rim at 8 o'clock. These coins are not even gradable, folks, because of the heavy damage. Because again, really heavy coins. I mean, you put one of these in your hand and you could feel it. They're very, very hefty coins. And then when you find one like this, that looks like the coin was struck and somebody must have caught it on a velvet pillow and preserved it for all these over 100 years so that it may remain in this incredible, virtually flawless gem condition, folks. This is a real thrill. Because not only are they St. Gaudens double eagles, but they're St. Gaudens double eagles struck at the San Francisco Mint. Of all the 3 mints, these are the rarest in MS65 condition. When you find a St. Gaudens double eagle in gem condition, they're almost always struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And Sasha has population totals to show you the difference between the 3 mints. St. Gaudens double eagles were struck at the Philadelphia Mint, the Denver Mint, and the San Francisco Mint. The Philadelphia Mint struck the lion's share of St. Gaudens double eagles. The Denver Mint struck the fewest. But as far as surviving in MS-65 condition, San Francisco Mint is the rarest of the three mints. You figure the coins had to be shipped cross-country. It was a much longer journey. Simply fewer examples survived without heavy bag marks. So when you see one of these like we have today, consider the most beautiful coin ever struck by the U.S. Mint. Being able to offer double eagles like this, rare double eagles in this condition, is getting more and more difficult by the month. It's been years since I've been able to offer a 1915S St. Gaudens double eagle in MS-65. And I remember when I first made a presentation on these coins in MS-65. I told you back then, when I made that first presentation, that this would be the only time you would see me offer them for under $3,000 a coin. I had the coins for $29.95. I told you back then, you'll never see them for that price again once those are gone. We just have one comp to show you, and it's a very good price for a 1915S. Dealer with 100% positive feedback rating, 100% positive feedback, you know, as good as you can get. Only $5,450 for an MS-65. Okay, I've got these coins today. They're $3,995, and they are a bargain at $3,995 because they're even harder to get now than they were 3-4 years ago when they were $29.95. This group I have fewer than 20 examples. I have not had this kind of group of 1915Ss again in many years. This is a great, great opportunity to get a coin that is one of the great classics. The story of the St. Gaudens double eagle actually goes back to a letter written by Teddy Roosevelt. Actually, he did not like to be called Teddy. His name was Theodore Roosevelt. You do not call him Teddy. You risked his wrath if you did. Now, Theodore Roosevelt was one of my favorite presidents. He was a man of tremendous conviction who believed in the American dream. He believed in America, that it was a land of opportunity, that any American should have the opportunity through hard work and honest living to improve their standard of living from the standard of living of their parents and grandparents, that every American should have the chance to succeed. And so, for example, he was instrumental in opening up our national park system so all Americans could enjoy the natural wonders of our great country. And he believed all Americans should be able to appreciate great art. It shouldn't just be available to the wealthy in our country. And he thought, what better way to appreciate great art than through our coins as daily reminders with the symbols and the words of who we are, what we stand for, and what we strive to become as a nation. And he looked at our coinage of the day, and he just didn't like it at all. In fact, I'll read you his exact words in this letter, dated December 27th, 1904, to the Secretary Shaw. My dear Secretary Shaw, I think our coinage is artistically of atrocious hideousness. He was not politically correct, folks. Would it be possible, without asking the permission of Congress, to employ a man like St. Gaudens to give us a coinage that would have some beauty? Sincerely yours, Theodore Roosevelt. Now, getting St. Gaudens to design our coinage was no easy task, but because St. Gaudens had an experience in 1892 where he designed a commemorative for the United States Mint, and the Mint proceeded to change his coin design without his permission, which infuriated him as an artist, as it understandably would, and he swore he would have nothing to do with the U.S. Mint again. However, Theodore Roosevelt was a man, again, with strong conviction, very idealistic. He loved great art. He had many talks, many letters with St. Gaudens. And so over the next couple years, he did persuade St. Gaudens that they were like-minded in their ideals and their goals. And so St. Gaudens agreed to redesign all of our coinage, from the cent through the $20 gold piece. And this was in 1906. Unfortunately, St. Gaudens knew he was already dying of cancer. And so he was only able to complete 2 coins before he passed away, the $10 gold eagle and the $20 double eagle. And the double eagle is such a classic. We don't call it the Liberty double eagle, we would call it the St. Gaudens double eagle. You look at this coin, folks, and you see that image of liberty striding forth, the original inspiration being the Nike on the obverse, the torch of freedom, a light in her right hand, olive branches in her left hand. And then you flip it over, and the eagle has to be the most beautiful representation of the American eagle, the most inspirational that I've ever seen. There you have the eagle, wings outstretched in an upward trajectory, the rays of the sun in the background. In God we trust below. It's the one coin where the reverse, to me, is as beautiful and inspirational as the obverse. It is an all-time great classic. And to find this coin, as you see it here, folks, look at this coin. It looks like it just came off the die. And here it's over 100 years old. Only around 2,300 examples have been certified in MS-65. The Smithsonian specimen is an MS-62. This really is as good as it gets. And it's only $3,995. We have a limited number of these. There is a 2-coin limit per customer, folks, on this piece. The good news is it is available on the 2-payment option. So if you can't swing the entire $39.95 today, all you have to do is put half down of $1,997.50. And we will hold this ultra low mintage 1915 San Francisco Mint St. Gaudens Double Eagle in MS-65 for you with your name on it. Put it in our vault and pay the balance in 30 days. Folks, this is an absolute thrill. I mean, we have been able to offer some incredible Liberty and St. Gaudens Double Eagles, but over the last couple years, the only examples we've been able to offer are the most common dates, some of those P mints, and they've been lower grade examples. To be able to offer a rare S mint like we have today, a 1915S, and not just an MS-63 or even an MS-64, because we have had some MS-64s. But to get these in MS-65 like we have today, and at $39.95, this is truly, truly a dream come true. If you're a collector who wants to own a really great coin, just one coin, this would be a coin I would most highly recommend to put away. If you never buy another United States coin, this would be the one coin to buy, put it away, hold on to it, pass it on to your kids, have them pass it on to their grandkids. This is a coin you want to keep in the family. 1915, San Francisco minted Liberty Double Eagle. You know, they only struck a grand total, 567,500 examples were originally struck. Almost all of those went into circulation. A lot of them were melted down in the 1930s when Franklin Roosevelt made the ownership of over $100 worth of gold illegal. And so a lot of citizens had to turn in their gold and they were melted back down into gold bars. These 1915S's originally came out of the Great European Bank Hoard, where some citizens actually shipped bags of double eagles to European banks where they could still own them legally. We had bags that came out of the Great European Bank Hoard a couple years ago, and we've been trying to get them ever since. And to get these examples in MS-65, again, a very, very limited quantity. We have them for only $3,995 a coin. Now that is a great price. This truly is the best time to buy rare United States gold. There was an article published a couple of years ago Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold? Now, when they talk about the generic gold means the most common gold. So a generic eagle would be something like a 1924P, which is the most common St. Gaudens double eagle in mint state 65 condition. This is a rare date. But the point they're making in this article is a point that I've been making for several years. And to quote from this article, and this is really, really important, there has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And here's what they mean by that. I recall a time, it was about 25 years ago, when I had it was a Liberty Double Eagle, but it was a common date. It was in MS-63 condition, and gold was around $400 an ounce. I sold the coin for about $3,500, about 10 times the gold value. Okay, and it was a common date in MS-63. Now we have gold at almost $2,000 an ounce. 10 times the gold value would be about $20,000. Here we have this rare date 1915S with almost $2,000 worth of gold. And it's a rare date, and it's an MS-65 condition. I mean, this should be a $20,000, $30,000 coin. We think that this is the kind of coin that, again, you want to put away, keep in the family for the long term. There is so much future potential. At only $3,995, I hope you take advantage of it. It's an absolute thrill to be able to offer a San Francisco Mint St. Gaudens Double Eagle in beautiful, essentially flawless gem MS-65 condition. Thank you for watching. Happy holidays from all of us here at Rare Collectibles TV. Folks, I spent the last 6 weekends, Saturdays and Sundays, and during the week as well, in the evenings, working on this publication for you. It's an informational booklet, about 20 pages long. I'm really very proud of it, because with 20 pages of information that you can find in this book, they're the most valuable 20 pages in terms of their benefit to you. This is about the We the People Franklin holder. There you see the cover. Do you want the best? The Franklin We the People holder is about your collecting future. And I've got a couple pictures of some Franklins on the cover, and there's an exceptionally toned mint state Franklin with beautiful multicolored toning. And then to the right is an exceptional ultra cameo Franklin. And at the bottom of the page is the really most important information about the We the People holder. This may be the most important advance in independent third-party grading for the benefit of the collector in the last 20 years. My goal, folks, my bottom line is 50, 100, 200 years from now, collectors of future generations who own a Franklin half dollar in a We the People holder will own a Franklin half dollar that is the acknowledged gold standard for the series. And that's what it's all about. You know, I've made the Franklin half dollars, Kennedy half dollars, proof coins in general, my life's work. I take a lot of pride in the kind of coins I offer my clients. And it really disturbs me tremendously when I see some Franklin half dollars or Kennedys selling in auctions for outrageously high prices that I know are just kind of average for the date and grade. So I decided, you know, what I'm going to have to do is get together and I work with NGC and develop a holder where I have exclusive rights to, where I can decide what coins go into that holder and what coins don't make the holder. And that's what the We the People holder is all about. And this booklet is perfect. It's actually absolutely perfect for the time because, you know, we're hard at work on the encyclopedia of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. The encyclopedia, folks, is going to be similar in dimension to this great book on United States gold coins published by Whitman. The encyclopedia will also be published by Whitman. It's a huge project. It's going to be over 400 pages. There's going to be a lot of photography. It's over a year off. And so I thought, in the meantime, this informational booklet is perfect. This publication I just completed details the most important advance in independent third-party grading in the last 20 years. The We the People holder, again, is reserved for those Franklin half dollars which are truly premium for the date and grade. I'd like you to see the two sets I have to offer you today. Proof Franklin half dollars. I have a set 1956 to 1963, the last year of the series, all in proof 68 condition. I have a limited number of these sets in the We the People holder. It's very hard to find coins of this caliber that make We the People standards. There's a 1954, for example. We took the top cover off. It's proof 67, but you can get a proof 67 with beautiful black mirrors, absolutely exquisite. I'm going to show you some examples that are pictured in this booklet as well. But this is not a We the People quality coin because you can see the toning that's developed around the coin that really obscures the original proof mirrors. If you're going to get a really nice proof Franklin, it should be a spot-free coin, and the mirrors should be as deep and clear as the day it was struck 60, 70 years ago. Okay? It should look like it just came off the die, like it's a virgin coin. You caught it on a velvet pillow, and you've preserved it all these decades in some kind of vacuum. So here you have it today, as perfect as the day it was struck. And I've got these sets in proof 68, folks. And I even have a very limited number of sets in the highest possible numeric grade of proof 69. There are no proof 70 Franklin half dollars. They do not exist. The technology used back in the 50s and 60s simply was not advanced to the point where they can strike a coin that would grade a proof 70. Now, to give you an idea of what the difference is between a proof 69 and a proof 70, all these coins are studied under high magnification at the grading service. If they get a coin that looks flawless under their normal magnification, they pull it aside and then they study it under even higher magnification. If under that higher magnification they see the tiniest flaw, then the coin gets a grade of proof 69. A proof 68 is just one tiny step below that. The proof 68s you see, folks, are going to be flawless to the eye. About the only way you're going to find a flaw on one of these coins is if you break it out of the holder and really study it under magnification, and then you might find a tiny little hairline somewhere. That is how superb these coins are, and they are so rare in this condition. The Franklin We the People holder that these sets come in, folks, this is your guarantee that the mint state and proof Franklins you have acquired truly represent the highest standard for the grade. Now, this exclusive breakthrough, leading edge NGC Franklin holder guarantees you the very finest eye appeal and quality for the grade. There is not a higher standard in all of U.S. numismatics. This is for the long term, folks. It's about your future. Again, 20, 50, 100, 200 years from now, collectors of future generations who own a Franklin half dollar in a We the People holder will own a Franklin half dollar that is the acknowledged gold standard for the series. Now, you know, Franklins have been a love of mine since the early 1980s, when I saw my first truly exceptional proof Franklin. The coin was dated 1962. I was stunned. I didn't know such beautiful proof Franklins existed. And I knew that it had to be pretty rare, as I had never seen one this beautiful before. And the more I studied the coins, the more I would observe how the vast majority of proof Franklins in general had spots and hairlines and were of very low grade. For example, the quality control, again, back in the 50s and 60s, when it comes to making proof coins, is not what it is today. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the highest possible quality the mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. They're struck strictly for collectors. You can only order them directly from the mint, and you pay a premium to buy a proof set. The dies receive special polishing until they have a flawless appearance. The coin blanks receive a polishing kind of treatment as well. And then the blanks are slowly fed into the die. And whereas commercially struck coins are just struck once and then dumped into bins, and they're not struck off highly polished dies, they're dumped into bins where they're braided with other coins. Proof coins are struck at least twice under higher pressure off these highly polished dies to bring out every possible detail of the coin. And then most importantly, they're not dumped into bins. They're individually handled so as not to abrade with other coins. So technically, you're supposed to get perfection. But back in these early days at the Philadelphia Mint, they simply did not have that technology. So I brought along, there was a deal of 1958 proof sets I bought a couple years ago, 100 sealed sets, originally sealed from the U.S. Mint. These things do surface from time to time, folks. Where I had one collector, there was around 70 boxes, 50 sets in a box of 1957 proof sets. The boxes had never been opened, believe it or not. I mean, those instances are extremely rare. I'll probably never see anything like that in my life again. But here's a box of 100 1958 sets that were unopened. I haven't had any since. I opened 10 or 15, and every half dollar had the usual kind of spotting. And so I thought to myself, well, this is just one of those typical batches where the coins are just flawed. You know, they're supposed to be proof coins, they're supposed to be state-of-the-art, but they're all flawed. And so I thought the best thing I could do is save the rest of them for my future viewers so they could see firsthand what I'm talking about. So I've got a handful of these 58s. They're all sealed. I'll just pick this one, I guess. Cut it open. And milk spots, by the way, that you find on Franklins from 1958 and through 1964, that includes the 64 Kennedy half dollars as well. Milk spots come from incomplete cleaning of the coin blank before it goes into striking. One of the procedures back then was to clean the coin blank in a solution, a soap solution. And then they were supposed to wash that soap solution, that soap residue, off the coin blank before it went into the die. But the quality control was such that quite often they would leave little beads of soap residue on the coin blank. And then when that coin blank went into the die, you had about 200 tons of pressure coming down on that coin blank. That residue was struck into the coin. It's part of the coin. You can't remove it. I've seen people take like a Brillo pad to try and get the spot off. And the coin will be terribly damaged at that point, but the spot will still be there. So here I just opened this 1958 set. I have no idea what to expect. Well, here, okay, you see your typical black. In this case, it's really obvious. In this case, it's not a white milk spot, but it's a black spot you can really see there. But I'm going to cut this open, and we'll probably reveal even more flaws on the coin once I cut it open and get it out of the cellophane holder. And there you can see all those little milk spots I'm talking about. So in addition to that black spot around 9 o'clock, all around 2 and 3 o'clock by the rim, you see all those white spots that we refer to as milk spots that do not come off. This is your typical proof Franklin, folks. Now, what does the reverse look like? Who knows? Because again, this was all random as far as this spotting. Sometimes the reverse will be flawless. You do see a spot, though, at around 3:30 to the right of the eagle, a milk spot. And there's also some spotting to the right of the yoke at the top of the coin. Now, you take a look at these coins I have here, folks. These are gorgeous, folks. They're absolutely gorgeous. These superb high-grade Franklins have it all. The most beautiful eye appeal, the highest possible quality, and rarity. Qualities I focused on the most when buying rare coins. While top quality rarities in other series were often priced in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars, these Franklins are affordable, folks, to the average collector. Now, in the early days when I moonlighted buying and selling Morgan dollars from dealer to dealer in those early days, the proof Franklins and early proof Kennedy half dollars became a personal collecting favorite of mine. And the more I became involved in the proof Franklins, the more interested I became in the mint state Franklin half dollars as well, as I quickly discovered how difficult these coins were as well to find in gem condition, especially with full strikes. So I was picking out these coins at shows when I could find them, these most exceptional Franklins, folks, and acquiring for clients. And that's when I began to sell these coins to fellow collectors. I was simply buying coins that I thought were great coins to own, great coins for the future. In other words, coins I believed in. And I was sharing my passion with other collectors. It was obvious to me that this was a series of tremendous numismatic importance. So I began writing articles on these coins that appeared in Coin World, Numismatic News, the Coin Dealer Newsletter, the Numismatist, Coinage. I received some literary awards for these contributions in the process. But it was obvious that a book with the best possible color pictures was needed to share the knowledge I had been accumulating on this series that I believed offered so much potential for collectors like myself. So I began writing my first book in 1986, the same year PCGS opened their doors for business. And I finished about 5 years later. I don't remember the precise date. It was late 1991, early 1992. But here we are now, about 30 years later. My, how times have changed since the publication of that first book. The grading services, both NGC and PCGS, provide a tremendous service as independent, third-party professional numismatists. Folks, this is very important. But at the same time, they are in the business to grade coins. And they need to grade a lot of coins as accurately as humanly possible to operate profitably. And when it comes to Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, I have a very different long-term goal. As a specialist, a lover of these coins, having spent much of my adult life buying, selling, collecting these coins, and sharing that passion with other collectors, other than writing more books, I think the best legacy I can leave is to earmark those Franklin and Kennedy half dollars that I know from my experience are most exceptional for their date and grade. And that is what the NGC We the People holder represents. Now, folks, you can look around and shop around on eBay and just regular generic Franklins. And I've just got a few prices here for you that we pulled off of eBay. On this one, I just pulled off this morning, actually, this 1957. Proof 68, it looks like it has some of that toning I was referring to. And that's over $1,700 just for a 1957 in Proof 68. And that's a dealer with 100% positive feedback, almost 5,000 happy customers. Over $1,700 just for that one coin. There's a 1958, top-rated seller, Proof 68, over $1,000. So right there, we're around $2,800 just for two coins, folks. There's one more. We're all at almost $4,000 just for three coins. There's an exceptionally nice 1961 Proof 68. That's a very good price, $382. Again, a dealer with 100% positive feedback. But we're well over $4,000 for just half the set, folks. There are some really, really tough dates. Here's the most important part I want to show you. I have the most extensive Franklin inventory of superb Proof and Mid-State Franklins in the country. I buy every exceptional example I can get my hands on. I'm bidding everywhere. I get coins shipped to me all the time. And there's so few that make the We the People standard. So I've gone through my entire inventory of the 1956 to 1963 Franklins and some of the earlier dates as well. And here are the numbers I have to date of all these coins. Here's what I've got so far, folks, for the entire series. The first year of the series is the 1950. And you can see there are no examples graded in 6.9. There's only one example graded in 6.8. We sold that to a client not too long ago. It was well over $30,000. But you look at the populations, and the coins highlighted in red in that table are the coins that I have that I'm able to offer to you today. What you're getting in this set, the 1956 Type 2, is the coin I have in the highest quantity in Proof 68 and Proof 69 condition. I've been able to certify 149 examples that made the We the People standard in Proof 68 and 108 in Proof 69. That is the first coin in the set. The second coin is the 57. Almost as easy to acquire in Proof 68. I mean, by easy, what I'm saying, again, I've gone through literally tens of thousands of 1957 sets, folks. And I came out with these 122 coins, but only 41 in 6.9. And then you get to the 1958, and I showed you a 1958 from a typical set. Only 83 graded in 68, folks, and 18 graded in 6.9 condition. The 59, 115 in 6.8, 18 in 6.9. The 1960, 181, 19 in 6.9. The 61, an incredible sleeper, such a difficult date. They struck around 3 million proof sets, but the vast majority are spotted and hairlined, flawed. They are so hard to get in a grade higher than Proof 66. And I only had 57 total and 15 in 6.9. Now, this is not what I have in stock at the moment. These are just the total populations of these coins in the We the People holder. And then you have the 1962, again, 98 and 6.8, only 15 and 6.9, and the last date in the series, 104 of the 1963s and 6.8, and only 19 in 69 condition. Now, I can't offer any of the 1955s, folks, even though that I had 75 graded in 6.8 and 35 in 6.9. We sold all of those. I had a special presentation where I offered the 1955, 56, and 57 in 6.8, 6.9 grade, and we sold out of all the 1955s that I had. But the good news is I had no special presentation on those later dates. So the dates like the 1958 with only 18 graded in 6.9 and 83 in 6.8, the 59 with only 115 in 6.8 and 18 in 6.8, the 61 only 57 in 6.8, 15 in 6.9. Same thing on the 62, only 15 in 6.9. I have small quantities of those coins. The 6.8 set, folks, the best part of all. Again, this is about your future. And the 6.8 set, to me, is the perfect grade for a set like this with the perfect price point. Because if your goal is to complete a Franklin set from 1950 to 1963, these coins are so red hot. You saw me showing you comps for a 1957 improved 68 with some toning on it for over $1,700, just for the 1957. Okay, this is my specialty. I'm the guy that does all the work, that goes through all the coins. This is a labor of love. I mean, there's a lot of other coins I could offer you that would require a lot less work and that would be a lot more profitable. I mean, I could put together 100 ASE sets in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, complete ASE sets for every one of these Proof 68 Franklin sets. This is a lot of work, but again, it's a labor of love of mine. It's a passion of mine because I know you are getting so much eye appeal, quality, and rarity for your numismatic dollar. $1,295 for the entire 8-coin set, folks. That's $161.81 a coin. $1,295 for the entire set. And you will get, with your set, my 3rd edition guidebook of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars by Whitman. It's the hardcover limited edition, and you will get a copy of this informational booklet on the Franklin half dollar in the We the People holder. The 6.9 set, folks, we have fewer than 10 sets. Okay, we've sold several of those 6.9s. I mean, the original total for the 1961 is 15 coins. We only have 7 or 8 in stock at this point in time. The entire 8-coin set, though, is priced to you for only $5,995. $5,995. They are available on the 2-payment option. Put half down today and we'll reserve one of these sets for you. Half down today of $2,997.50. And we will reserve a We the People Proof 69 Franklin set for you. And pay the balance in 30 days of $2,997.50. You're getting coins that are the highest possible numeric grade for every date. There are no Proof 70s. The current NGC population in the We the People holder for the 1956 Type 2, that's what you would call the common date. There are 108 examples. But then in 1957, there are only 41 examples. And again, a lot of them were sold in those 3-coin sets that I was offering, the 55, 56 Type 2, and the 57. So I don't have 41 examples in stock. I have maybe a dozen in stock. The 58, only 18 originally certified. We have fewer than 10 in stock. The 59, 18 certified to date. Again, fewer than 10 in stock. The 1960, 19 total certified in the We the People holder. 61 and the 62, 15 coins each. And the 63, 19 coins. To just put this in perspective, if you were to compare the rarity of these Franklins in this condition to the 1964 Kennedy in Proof 69, folks. Now, in the generic NGC holder, NGC has graded over 5,000 1964 Kennedys in Proof 69. I would say probably 20% of those, 25% of those would be We the People quality. So you're talking over 1,000 coins versus a couple dozen to date of some of these Franklin half dollars. Now, you open the pages to this book, and we've got some great pictures to show you the difference. The We the People Franklin holder, simply put, guarantees you the best possible eye appeal and quality for the grade. If it's a brilliant proof Franklin, it will be a lovely, fairly graded, haze-free, problem-free specimen for the grade with exceptional eye appeal for a brilliant proof Franklin. And there you could see two 1950s, and you could see the difference. The 1950 on the left, not We the People quality. You see the typical haze, filmy surfaces. The coin on the right looks as pristine and deeply mirrored as the day it was struck. Amazing quality. 70 years old. It looks like it's brand new. That's the difference, folks, between a brilliant We the People and your run-of-the-mill Proof 67 Franklin. And then at the bottom there, if it's a cameo or an ultra cameo Franklin, well, what's the difference between a generic ultra cameo and a We the People ultra cameo? Well, again, a We the People ultra cameo should be a strong ultra cameo for the date and designation. And I stress that, the date and the designation. And there you see a 1956 on the left, graded Proof 68 Ultra Cameo. It's not We the People quality simply because it's on the lower end of the Ultra Cameo spectrum. That coin on the right, on the other hand, folks, sometimes your eyes, can really, this is what's so great about these coins. Your eyes can see the difference. Look at the cameo contrast on that coin. Your eyes can see the difference. You don't have to be an expert grader to know that the coin on the right is far superior to the coin on the left. Then on the next page, I'm talking about some Mint State Franklins. They should be very fairly graded, strictly graded, with either brilliant or attractively toned surfaces. And that is so important because there are a lot of unattractive toned Franklins out there. And, in my opinion, overgraded Franklins as well. So there you see a 1954P graded by PCGS. It's correctly graded. It's a 6.6 FBL, but it has the usual toning. It's what I would describe as a model toning. I wouldn't call it attractive, okay? The coin on the right is just a spectacular, brilliant specimen. Just off the charts. This is my guarantee to you, that the Mint State or Proof Franklin you have acquired truly represents the highest standard for the grade. This exclusive breakthrough, leading-edge NGC Franklin holder guarantees you the very finest eye appeal and quality for the grade. There is not a higher standard in all of U.S. numismatics. Again, my long-term goal, 50, 100, 200 years from now, collectors of future generations who own a Franklin half dollar in a We the People holder will own a Franklin half dollar that is the acknowledged gold standard for this series. Not only has NGC given me this exclusive use of their new proprietary holder, a holder that ensures every Franklin goes through a two-step process for encapsulation. The coin is first graded and certified by NGC, but then it must be reviewed by me, Rick Tamaska, to decide whether it is deserving of the We the People holder or whether it remains in the generic NGC holder. And this is most important. The evolving NGC We the People population numbers will illustrate how truly rare the finest Franklin half dollars are in their respective grades. For some dates and grades, only 5 to 10% of the current certified PCGS and NGC population numbers might pass my scrutiny and qualify for We the People encapsulation. In closing, there are two additional bonuses for you. Bonus number one, and this is really big. NGC will have an independent, separate census report, distinct from the generic Franklins, for Franklins in the exclusive We the People holder. And you can look it up there. There's the website address. If you want to look up the latest populations for any of those coins you see there, including half dollars. And then there's bonus number 2, a second bonus. NGC will also have an independent, separate collector registry devoted only to those Franklin half dollars in the premium We the People holder, folks. And again, you've got the website address there. You get all this, folks. You get the best of the best. A coin that's received the strictest scrutiny, a coin you know is truly premium for the grade, and a Franklin that may be 10 to 20 times rarer than the more generic quality examples for the date and grade. In closing, folks, you know, when I wrote my first book, it was a labor of love. If I had calculated the time I put in and the resulting sales I got from that book, I think I was probably been working for about 10 or 20 cents an hour. But that wasn't the point. The point was that I felt I had something really extraordinary to offer other collectors out there. I believed in the coins, and that's why I wrote the book. It's the same thing with the We the People Franklin holder, folks. We're finally at that point in time. This is the perfect time. And NGC has given me this kind of control where I can go through all these Franklins and say, no, 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 this one doesn't make it, this one doesn't make it. Yes, this one makes it. This one goes into the We the People holder. To put a set like this that you see here together in Proof 68 is so challenging. To meet the We the People standards, it's so much easier for me to assemble a beautiful set of American silver dollars, American silver eagles, in MS69 or Proof 69. They are so much easier to locate in top quality condition. I could assemble 500 of those sets for the time it takes me to assemble one of these Franklin sets in Proof 68. Again, folks, the entire 8-coin set in 6/8 is only $1,295. That's only about $161 a coin in Proof 68, one grade from the highest, the entire 8-coin set. And I haven't even addressed the difficulty of the Proof 69s. Proof 69, the highest grade for this early era in U.S. proof making. The ultimate grade. There are no 70s. The ultimate Proof 69 set, $5,995. We have a very, very limited number of these sets in 6/9, a limited number of 6/8s, but a very limited number of sets in 6/9, folks. They're only $5,995. They are available on the 2-payment option. Put half down today and we'll reserve one of these sets for you. Half down today of $2,997.50. And we will reserve a We the People Proof 69 Franklin set for you. And pay the balance in 30 days of $2,997.50. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. Remember, with either set, you get the hardcover limited edition. You get a copy of this booklet. I didn't show you the last 2 pages in the booklet. There's many other things in there as well. There's charts. There's all kinds of charts. There's a feature talking about the future encyclopedia. Here's on the back inside cover a picture of a beautiful 1950 in a We the People holder. On the very back cover, the finest known 1953S MS66 plus FBL, folks. Finest known, key date in the series in full bell line condition. You get it all. This, to me, is the greatest half-dollar series when you're talking about United States proof coins struck in the 20th century. For this kind of price, you get so much bang for your numismatic dollar, such a superior set with the best possible pedigree. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you're able to get at least one of these sets. Thanks for watching. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. The We the People holder is, I believe, the most important advance in independent third-party grading for the benefit of the collector over the last 20 years. Because the We the People holder represents my effort to pass on to you the very, very finest proof and mint state Franklins for the grade. What I am able to do when it comes to this new We the People holder is to observe and inspect every single Franklin in both PCGS and NGC holders that come my way. And if I don't think it is a real premium example for the date and grade, I leave it in the generic holder. If, however, I come across an example that I say, this is extraordinary, this is really special, I send it to NGC and it goes into their exclusive premium We the People holder. Now these coins, again, this is my attempt, folks. I've written a lot of books over the years. I've written many articles to various magazines. And I'm working on an encyclopedia of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. It's going to be something of this dimension, but that's about a year off. So in the meantime, I've written this really great informational booklet that talks all about the Franklin We the People holder. And it talks about the fact that what you get is, again, is a premium coin for the date and grade. So for example, on the cover, you see a toned Franklin. But it's not your typical toned Franklin. Your typical toned Franklin, folks, is kind of ugly. They're usually gray, speckly, darkly toned. They're not attractive. Here is a beautiful, multicolored, almost a rainbow-toned 57D, just with gorgeous bright greens and purples covering the obverse and reverse. And then you see this beautiful, beautiful Ultra Cameo Franklin, just really high-end. This is both extraordinary specimens. And then when you go inside, I talk about brilliant Franklins. And I compare a regular brilliant Franklin in Proof 67 to a We the People Franklin. And here's your typical generic, let's call it generic Franklin, and usually the fields have some hazy toning. They have suffered through many decades of poor storage, and as a result, the mirrored fields of the coins often become somewhat cloudy, which detracts from the eye appeal and the quality of the coin. On the other hand, you take a look at this 1950. It looks as pristine and haze-free as the day it was struck 70 years ago. That's We the People quality, folks. And that is what I want to pass on. But at this point, folks, again, I'm coming out with a couple more books, but I think one of the greatest contributions I can make to numismatics for collectors is to really focus on these finest Franklins and Kennedy half dollars in this exclusive kind of holder where you know you've gotten a coin that's been personally inspected by yours truly that represents the best for the date and the grade. You see, it's really important to understand that while NGC and PCGS are great grading services, they provide a tremendous service for the collector. At the same time, they're in the business to grade coins. And they need to grade a lot of coins as accurately as humanly possible in order to stay in business. My goal, however, is different. I don't have the same long-term goal as PCGS and NGC. My goal is to pass on to you those finest examples from the series that I have specialized in for these decades. And that's what you're getting with the We the People holder. And today I've got really what I regard as one of the most undervalued proof half dollars of the 20th century. It's the 1956 Type 1 Franklin half dollar. Every example I have is currently on display that qualified for We the People. Again, I look at literally thousands of certified NGC and PCGS Franklin half dollars every month. In some cases, be 1 in 20 coins for some dates that make the We the People standard. And here you've got a 1956 Type 1, folks. First of all, the mintage of this coin was so extraordinarily low. The population charts showing the number of coins, first of all, that have been certified in We the People holders. On the columns on the left, you see there in proof 67, proof 68, and proof 69, and some Franklins don't even exist in proof 69, and only a few examples in 68. And then you see the proof mintages for those years, and you see the mint state mintages. And you look down at the proof mintages, and what's the one mintage that really stands out? It's the 1956 Type 1. Estimated total mintage around 25,000 coins. Total mintage. And this was back in 1956, folks. Now, nowadays, you can get a coin. For example, there's an American Silver Eagle that just came out with a mintage of around 30,000. And they were selling them for around $3,000 a piece. But the thing is, virtually every one of those coins has been preserved in absolutely pristine condition. They come encapsulated in hard plastic holders. They're going to grade either proof 69 or proof 70. So you know you're going to have a population of tens of thousands that are going to grade proof 69 or proof 70 because of the modern technology, the modern packaging. These 1956s, folks, came in flat packs. And I've got one over here. This happens to be a 1958 flat pack. And they use the same kind of flat packs for 1956, where they came in these envelopes. They were cellophane envelopes. And you can see how this 58, in this case, is badly spotted. The packaging was very, very poor. So you had this very poor packaging. A lot of the coins developed unattractive toning, very badly hairlined. And then you had this mintage of only 25,000 coins. Well, why did they only strike 25,000 coins? The 56 is Type 1 is called the Type 1 because it uses the reverse design that was used on the very first proof Franklin struck from 1950 through 1955. That eagle on the left is the design that was used for those early proof Franklins. And a few things you can easily note. First of all, the neck feathers. There is no articulation in the neck feathers or the leg feathers, and you can't really see any wing feathers. They completely redesigned the eagle early in 1956, in January of 1956. Where now you can see articulation of the neck feathers, the leg feathers, you can see all the wing feathers. And also, most notably, whereas on the eagle's right wing there at the bottom, you see 3 prominent wing feathers. On the Type 1, you'll see 4 prominent wing feathers. So it's a major redesign of the reverse of the coin. And this redesign took place early in 1956. The vast majority of 1956 proof Franklins are the Type 2 variety. There are no official mint records of how many 1956s were struck with the Type 1 reverse, just as there are no official mint records of how many 1879S Morgans were struck with the reverse of 78. There are no official mint records. All I have been able to do, after, again, working in the trenches, looking at literally millions of proof Franklins. The total mintage for all the Proof Franklins is a little under 16 million coins for the entire series. I've looked at millions of them, folks. And I've looked at hundreds of thousands of 1956s, and the total 1956 mintage is around 670,000 proof coins. So I've looked at a sizable percentage of all of those Proof 1956s. And what I've come up with is that just a couple percent, 2-3%, are of the Type 1 variety, which equates to about 25,000 coins. That's it. And what I have today are a handful of examples in Proof 67, Proof 68, and Proof 69. And this has got to be a shorter presentation because this is my entire inventory that qualified for the We the People standard. This is it, folks. The coins on the bottom are Proof 67s. Coins in the middle row are Proof 68s. And the coins on the top are Proof 69s. When you have a total mintage of about 25,000, that was the total original mintage. A lot of those coins were melted down in 1979, 1980, 1981. When silver was hitting around $45, $50 an ounce, there were dealers who were cutting out Franklin half dollars out of proof sets and sending them to the smelters to melt them down for their silver value. They had no idea back then of what the Type 1 Franklin was. The Type 1 Franklin came into collector consciousness when my first book came out, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage, where I had pictures of the Type 1 and the Type 2 so that collectors could see the obvious difference between the two varieties. And at that point, PCGS and NGC recognized the Type 1 and the Type 2 being two important distinct varieties. So to complete a Franklin set in proof condition, you need both the Type 1 and the Type 2. Now, even the lowest examples, here's one that's in a Proof 63 grade, top-rated seller, it's about $300. And Proof 63 is a very low grade for a 56 Type 1. Here's another one, though, folks. It's not even gradable. It's just a genuine example. It could be a Proof 65, could be a Proof 64, could be a Proof 67, $1,995. Again, a dealer with 100% positive feedback, hundreds of happy customers. You know, we just don't pull a comp from some dealer who's got, you know, a feedback of 3 or 4 customers. This is 100% positive feedback, a lot of happy customers, $2,000 for a coin that's not even graded or gradable. It might have been lightly cleaned. Now, you take a look at the quantity of coins that I have had certified in the We the People holder of the 56 Type 1. I have the most extensive inventory of the finest Franklin half dollars in the country. Every one that comes across my desk that I think is exceptional, I buy. And I get to see a lot of Franklins every month from dealers across the country, collectors across the country, thousands and thousands of them. There's very few, though, that I buy nowadays because I frankly don't feel they make the We the People standard. So here we are. You look at the population that I have total. All the 56 Type 1s I've been able to get certified, and this is my inventory that I've accumulated over many years. A total of 41 examples graded in Proof 67, 37 in Proof 68, and 14 in Proof 69. 14 coins, folks. 14 coins. Again, what I have in stock at this moment, most of those were sold. What I have left is what you see on display today. Here's the great part. I have them at a great collector-friendly price for you. Here you have one of the most undervalued proof half dollars of the 20th century, probably in all of United States coinage, in the finest possible conditions. I've got the Proof 67s, folks. They're only $595 a coin. 41 certified in We the People Proof 67. 41. $595 a coin. Look at this coin. absolutely flawless to the eye. The only way you're going to find the tiniest little hairline is to crack it out of the holder, study it under a high magnification, and you might find a tiny little hairline here or there, and that's why it's a proof 67. The fields are as clear and pristine as the day it was struck over 60 years ago, folks. And it's only $595 for this extraordinary rarity. Folks, this coin has such a low mintage, such tremendous absolute rarity. And then we get to the proof 68s. 7 coins in proof 68. 1956, type 1, Franklin half dollar. Every example I have is currently on display that qualified for We the People. Now, the vast majority of 1956 proof Franklins are the type 2 variety. Just a couple percent, 2-3%, are of the type 1 variety, which equates to about 25,000 coins. Coins in the middle row are proof 68s, $1,295 for a gorgeous, gorgeous. Look at this coin. It's hard to believe a coin could survive over 60 years old, this pristine, spot-free, pristine, flawless to the human eye. And then the top of the line. The highest grade any Franklin has ever received is proof 69. There are no proof 70s from this early era, folks. There are no proof 70s. 69 is ultimate. This is an earlier era when they were striking coins at the Philadelphia Mint. The technology back then was not the advanced technology they have today. It would be so much easier for me to stand up here and offer you the latest American Silver Eagle, like the Silver Eagle that came out with, they had a low mintage of 30,000 coins. And, you know, we're selling them for $2,500, $3,000 a coin. That's where the market is for the coins. And they're great coins in tremendous demand. But for me to locate a coin like this is so much more challenging and so much more difficult. But that's why I know it represents such a fabulous opportunity for you, because of the difficulty factor, the challenge. You're getting a coin from this early era, when proof making was really basically unchanged from the way they made proofs in the 1800s, folks. At the old Philadelphia Mint, in the highest grade of proof 69, only 14 certified. 14 certified in the We the People holder, 9 have been sold. These are the 5 remaining examples I currently have. I hope to get a couple more sometime in the next several months. There are just so few of these coins that meet that standard, and I've got the coins for only $2,795. And if you want to get the coin, but you can't afford the entire $2,795 today, there is the 2-payment option. Just put half down today of $1,397.50 and the balance in 30 days of $1,397.50, and you'll own one of the highest graded Type 1 1956 Franklins, the lowest mintage Franklin that you can acquire that is in the complete Franklin registry set. And I'm including this booklet I spent about 6 weeks working on, folks, that talks all about the Franklin in the We the People holder. Do you want the best? The Franklin We the People holder is about your collecting future. Most importantly, folks, at the very bottom there, where I talk about the future, 50, 100, 200 years from now, collectors of future generations who own a Franklin half dollar in a We the People holder will own a Franklin half dollar that is the acknowledged gold standard for the series. A coin that's not only been inspected by NGC to meet their standards for quality, but then must pass my eye. And my eye is most critical because this is my series. This is a series I've written books on. I've spent most of my adult life writing about. So I'm extremely particular about the Franklins that go into the We the People holder. You're getting the best of the best, folks, the gold standard, at a great, great price. Thank you for watching this presentation on this really, really special key date, Franklin half dollar, the 1956 proof Type 1. Thank you.
Coming up next, you will see an actual original mint-sealed bag of 1964 Kennedy half dollars opened for the first time ever. This bag of 1964 Mint State Kennedys has been sealed for 56 years and has been authenticated and designated by the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation as first day of issue. This is truly a numismatic historical event that has never previously occurred. Stay tuned to learn more.
Welcome, collectors. This next presentation is the most important coin that I have ever had the privilege to offer. This is amazing, historic. This is one of those instances where history and numismatics converge to exemplify one of the greatest issues the U.S. Mint has ever struck. The coin that I'm talking about is the 1964 Kennedy half dollar. I became a coin collector because of the Kennedy half dollar. The very first coin, I mean, the Kennedy half dollar has such a place near and dear in my heart because it was the first coin that I ever collected. I was given a Kennedy half dollar in 1964. I was about 7 years old. And it started me on a lifetime pursuit of coin collecting, so it means a lot to me. And the Kennedy half dollar that we have today is historic. In fact, it's probably the most historic half dollar ever struck by the United States Mint. That's a bold statement because the U.S. Mint has been striking a half dollar since 1794. And the Kennedy half dollar has a place in history unlike any other coin. Now, needless to say, the assassination of President Kennedy on November 22nd of 1963 set the wheels in motion for the production of a memorial to the fallen president. And John F. Kennedy was beloved by the entire country for various reasons that I'll get into in a little while, but I want to give you a bit of a backdrop, a bit of history of the significance of the 1964 Kennedy half dollar. As I said, in November of 1963, November 22nd, I was in elementary school at the time. I was in the first grade. I remember it like it was just yesterday. It's one of the memories of my childhood that I have never forgotten. It's stuck with me to this day. I was at elementary school, and I happened to be outside of the classroom. And I believe I was going for a drink. I remember the drinking fountain right there, and I saw one of the teachers in the yard, moving rather hurriedly to get back into the building, and she was crying. And I looked at her and she said to me in tears, "The president has been assassinated." I was a little kid, but it struck me. as something very, very serious. And they let us out of school. And I can vividly remember coming home and seeing my mother in front of our TV set weeping, crying uncontrollably. And I remember Walter Cronkite on the TV, and back then we had a black and white TV. And I remember the seriousness of the situation. And I remember Walter Cronkite telling the nation that President Kennedy had been assassinated.
From Dallas, Texas, the flash, apparently official, President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, some 38 minutes ago.
It was one of the tragic events of the TV era. It was one of the first times that you ever saw an event almost unfold as it was happening. And the Mint hurriedly decided that they were going to issue a coin to honor the fallen president. And that's exactly what happened. Now, I want you to take a look, because what we have here, folks, is an amazing historic opportunity to own a Kennedy half dollar, a 1964 Kennedy half dollar. Now, one of the most significant parts of this presentation is the label on that coin. 1964, first date of issue, brilliant uncirculated, from what is known as the Discovery bag. And as unbelievable as this seems, this is historic, and I want you to pay really close attention, because the history and the trail, the pedigree of this coin is absolutely amazing. So Kennedy was so beloved in our country because, if you recall, when he was inaugurated in 1961, Kennedy stood before the world and uttered those famous words, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country." And that was one of the greatest speeches ever given. So he was known for that. He was also known for standing up to communism. And I think he was known greatly by almost everybody as the president who pushed this nation to land a man on the moon, which in fact we did just 6 short years after he was assassinated. It was a monumental event. And the Kennedy half dollar is beloved by coin collectors everywhere. Now, the greatest part about this bag, because this is a mint-sewn original bag that all of these coins came from. There are only 2,000 of these coins that exist. That is all. And before me, I have some of the greatest historic material that all pertains to the Kennedy half dollar. Now, let me just get right to it. For all the world, March 24th of 1964 was the official launch date by the United States Treasury of the Kennedy half dollar. That was the day, in a ceremony, the Mint director, Eva Adams, began the production. Now, this has such a connection because I will tell you right off the bat, I have been chasing this bag of Kennedy half dollars for nearly a couple of decades. I had heard about it. I was totally flabbergasted when I heard that Rare Collectibles TV purchased an original mint-sewn bag of Kennedy half dollars. Now, I want to show you something that I found that pertains to the very first Kennedy half dollars, or what was originally thought to be the very first Kennedy half dollars. So I found this letter that was written to one of the trade publications. And the question was asked, wasn't there a 1964 Kennedy half dollar that sold for $18,000? And here was the reply. Yes, it was a remarkable sum for just 5 years old. This happened in 1969. The coin was glued to the outside of an envelope, postmarked March 24th, 1964. First day of issue. It sold for $18,000 at an auction. A gentleman by the name of John Marquardt bought this coin. And after the sale, he remarked that he would have gone as high as $30,000 to get one of these Kennedy half dollars from the first day of issue. And he paid $18,000 in 1969. This is an unbelievable story. This is what movies are written. I mean, you could write a movie about this. So, when I heard that Rare Collectibles TV had purchased what could be a first day of issue bag of 2,000 Kennedy half dollars, you know what I said? I said, oh, I don't think so. Because I know the owner of that bag, and I've been trying to buy it for 15 years. And I called my buddy up, and I asked him, do you still own that Kennedy half dollar bag? He said, no. I almost fell over, because in fact, we owned it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I remember about 15 years ago when I had heard about this bag. I heard that there was a newspaper that had a headline and a picture. And the headline was all about the very first Kennedy half dollars, which were issued by the U.S. Mint on March 24th. And how this gentleman had ended up with these very, very special coins. So when this bag came into play, and I saw the original bag and the notation of its date as being even earlier than March 24th. In fact, this was March 19th of 1964. I almost fell right over. And this had been the dream come true in Kennedy half dollars. Right in front of me here, I have something that I found on the archive of the United States Mint. And what it is a letter that was written by two people, Gilroy Roberts, who was the designer of the obverse of the Kennedy half dollar, and Frank Gasparo, two Mint employees. Frank Gasparo designed the reverse. And I have a letter from each of them that talks about the production of this coin, and I'm going to show you the highlights. It says in here that a mere 5 days after the assassination of John F. Kennedy, on November 27th, the Treasury reached out to the Mint to alert them that a new Kennedy half dollar would be issued and to get to work on the designs. This is November 27th of 1963. The mourning period for the president was still going on. It was known as 4 dark days in history, when the whole world stopped and we watched the unforgettable images of John F. Kennedy's funeral and of John saluting, and the historic images that are emblazoned in all our minds. So we sent the bag to NGC for verification. And the chairman of NGC, Mark Salzberg, and the president, Rick Montgomery, got really excited that they had the opportunity to open up for the world to see, because this was one of the first time ever that the opening of this bag video was made of.
So we're here today opening what is thought to be an original bag of 1964 Kennedy half dollars. I've never seen an unopened bag of Kennedys, so we're hoping that what we have contained in here is truly an unopened bag. So it came in this container, which I'm going to attempt to open here. And we have a canvas bag. And within this canvas bag, we have a really interesting tag, Kennedy Halves, March 19th, 1964. So this would be upon release, and it's sealed. Looks like it's a mint-sealed bag from probably a bank. And the tag also reads Pasadena, California, Heller and Company. First JFK bag. So interesting that we're getting this right now, because JFKs have become increasingly popular due to Rick Tamaska's book on Kennedys, and he's had a great influence on Franklin's as well. So I think we'll go ahead and open this and see what we have in here. It's very exciting. We should have a drum roll. Okay, we got one shot at this. We should take a look at the seal and the fact that it is, we have this Kennedy Halves 1964, March 19th. Looks very official, and it looks authentic to me. So let's go ahead and open this. Okay, so we have that removed. The moment of truth. I wonder if this is sealed. Ah, it is sealed. So now we have to cut through this. That even more authenticates it, because this is how mid-sealed bags came from in the 60s. So now we'll have to cut through this. I'm going to try to preserve this bag. Okay, so we can reach in here now. And here we go. And they are, in fact, 1964 Kennedys. And they are uncirculated. Some of them look really nice. Even from original bags, you have some coins that are marked up and a variety of quality. And there you have it.
Now, we were all shocked when the canister was opened up, the bag was taken out, and the date on the bag was March 19th of 1964. So undoubtedly, this was the first day of issue Kennedy half dollar. We have these coins. Now, there are only 2,000 of these coins. There will never be any more. A bag contains 2,000 half dollars. We have certified by NGC as first day of issue, known as the Discovery Bag, 1964 Kennedy half dollars. And we are offering these first day of issue Kennedy half dollars for only, and I say only, $395. Think of somebody in 1969 purchasing one of these coins that's glued to an envelope with a postal stamp on it from March 24th of 1964. Think of somebody paying $18,000 for that coin. And then think of these, actually issued a few days before. These are priceless. So we're offering each one of these for only $395. This is more than a piece of history. This is rarely ever happening in today's world. To be able to connect to that original time and get what could be the earliest recognized right here. Brilliant uncirculated from the discovery bag. So it was the First Lady, Jackie Kennedy, who actually approved the original designs of the Kennedy half dollar. But more than that, she selected the size that forever the portrait of Kennedy and the presidential seal on the reverse, forever it would be immortalized. And the coin that she selected was the half dollar. There was talk at the time of the Washington quarter or the Lincoln penny, but every one of the other coins but the Franklin half dollar had a president. Now, since Franklin wasn't one of our presidents, even though he was one of our most beloved forefathers, Jackie Kennedy pointed out he's still going to remain on the $100 bill, but let's not remove a president off one of the coins. Let's remove Ben Franklin and place John F. Kennedy on the half dollar. And this was a big deal because the Franklin half dollar hadn't run its course where you could change the design without an act of Congress, and that's exactly what happened. So let me read to you from the letter of Frank Gasparo. And here's what Frank says. And this was written on April the 29th of 1964. And what these are the recollections of Gilroy Roberts in the letter and Frank Gasparo. Shortly after President Kennedy's death, plans were being made to create a lasting and significant memorial to his memory. After careful consideration and various suggestions made throughout the nation, the final decision was made by Congress to make a coin with the late president's portrait on the obverse and an appropriate design on the reverse. And the Mint received word from the Bureau, the Treasury, that President Kennedy's portrait on the U.S. Mint Presidential Inaugural Medal would be used. Now, Gilroy Roberts had already done the presidential medal, so the design was already created. And the presidential seal would be incorporated, as it had been personally selected by the late president to be used for the reverse of his inaugural medal. And time was very limited, but on November 28th of 1963, Frank Gasparo and Gilroy Roberts received official word from Miss Eva Adams, the director of the Mint, to prepare the models for the Kennedy half dollar. Now, interestingly enough, in March of 1964, March 24th, 70,000 people lined up outside the Treasury offices in Washington, D.C. And they were there to receive the Kennedy half dollars on the first day that they were being issued. And there was a limit of 40 coins per person, 70,000 people. All the coins were gone before the end of the day, and the Mint had to stop because there were no coins left. But yet, there were still thousands of people in line. Original plans for the Kennedy half dollar were 91 million coins. 91 million coins. The largest single issue for a half dollar ever. But that simply was not enough. Not too long after, that initial figure of 91 million coins was adjusted up to 141 million coins. And still, you couldn't find a Kennedy half dollar because they were put away as a memento, a keepsake, if you will, of the memory of John F. Kennedy. A president that the entire nation was grieving, no matter what your political affiliation. So when you look here, Gilroy Roberts is giving his recollections of the designing of the Kennedy half-dollar. And this is also on the 29th day of April of 1964, where he says that shortly after the tragedy of President Kennedy's death, November 22nd, 1963, Miss Eva Adams, the director of the Mint, telephoned me here at the Philadelphia Mint and explained that serious consideration was being given to replacing President Kennedy's portrait on a new U.S. coin. And obviously that became the Kennedy half-dollar. Now, eventually, the demand for this coin was so great that the Mint continued striking this coin into the next year, 1965, with a 1964 date. Ultimately, over 453 million Kennedy half-dollars bearing the date of 1964 were issued. And you still could barely find a coin anywhere, because as soon as they would hit the banks, they would be put aside by everybody, not just collectors, but everybody. Now, you saw the bag being opened up at NGC by Mark Salzberg. And you could see that the bag is dated clearly March 19th of 1964. And so it definitely deserves the labeling as first day of issue, Discovery Bag. Did you also notice that the bag was mint sewn? It had never been opened up until that moment. And inside that bag were 2,000 Kennedy half-dollars that could be attributed to the very first day of issue. Now, we're offering these coins in brilliant uncirculated condition because they're from a mint state bag, a bag that had never been opened up until we had sent this bag to NGC for verification, to confirm that it was in fact what it was purported to be. And it was. For $395, these are the only Kennedy half-dollars of their kind. There are only 2,000 of these coins. That's the total population. The most significant half-dollar could very well be the Kennedy half-dollar because of its, well, it's known by every collector. It's collected. I'm certain, am not the only coin collector as a 7-year-old who started collecting coins with the Kennedy half-dollar. Because as it happened to be, 1964 was the issuing Kennedy half-dollar. And to be a collector at that time, you didn't know you were a collector, but you became one with holding that Kennedy half-dollar in your hand and remembering the events of that day, seared into your memory, even though you were such a little kid. So 91 million coins were planned. It didn't work out that way. The coin was so sought after that 91 million went to 141 million, and that went to 453 million. But of those hundreds of millions of coins, ladies and gentlemen, these right here are first day of issue, March 19th of 1964. These could very well be the earliest known, because up until these, the earliest known were March 24th of 1964. So that is a great historical fact, but it's also a rarity that will never be equaled. These 2,000 coins from this mint sealed bag, once they are gone, there will never be another. These will live on. The labeling alone is first day of issue from a Discovery bag. literally at NGC, opening up the bucket, the tin bucket that contained the bag, and cutting the seal and showing these coins. 2,000 first day of issue Kennedy half dollars, one of the most collected coins in all the world. Think about the millions and millions of Kennedy half dollar collectors and some of the most special coins that have ever been issued. This coin is undoubtedly the centerpiece of any Kennedy half dollar collection because it goes right back to the very beginning. And these letters, which you will get a great opportunity to read in their entirety, talks about the approval process by Mrs. Kennedy, her selecting the half dollar in favor of all the other coins because she dared not remove a president, thinking about the president's place in history to occupy his place next to the other presidents. And that portrait of Kennedy and that reverse of the great presidential seal have gone down in history. That design has never changed. And today, the Kennedy half dollar is one of the most collected coins in all the world. And that's why I say the opportunity for only $395 to own a first day of issue Kennedy half dollar. And ironically enough, when I first heard about this bag, as I had mentioned, I knew a thing or two about it because I will tell you, I had been chasing this bag for 15 years. You know, when I was younger, I used to go to coin shows. I traveled all around the country and I'd go to every major coin show. And it was there that I learned really about the fraternity of coin collecting, whether you're a collector or a dealer, and how at the end of the day, we would sit around and we would talk about war stories about coins. And I once owned one of these and great coins that we had possessed. And talk came around at that time about the existence of one of the earliest known bags, mint sealed, of Kennedy half dollar. And one guy would say, oh, I know somebody who owns the very earliest Kennedy half dollar bag. And yeah, we'd all be like, sure you do. You know, everybody, you know, I got the first of this and the first of that. This is first day of issue. So for me, to remember that day in 1963, and I remember the 4 dark days in history, the mourning period, the funeral, the dignitaries coming from all over the world. And back then, everything was in black and white. And the somberness of the occasion was driven home by those black and white, depressing images. So it really stuck. That's how I became a coin collector, by receiving one of those Kennedy half dollars in 1964. But little would I ever dream that later on in life, I would be able to be in the presence of first day of issue Kennedy half dollars. And I know collectors out there, all of us, who at the time when this happened, we were all little kids. To be able to go back in time now and own one of the first ones, first day of issue, is a huge deal. If you don't get one now, of the 2,000, I don't know you'll ever get one, because I cannot think of a single Kennedy half dollar collector who would let one of these coins go after they own one. I mean, we talk about some of the greatest Kennedy half dollars. There was even a gold version for the 50th anniversary of the Kennedy half dollar made by the U.S. Mint, a solid gold version. But to own one of 2,000 first day of issues from a bag dated March 19th of 1964 is historic. Numismatic history. Let me just say, in closing, this is a rare opportunity. There are only 2,000 of these coins. That's all there will be. When they are dispersed to collectors, and we're making history with this bag, I mean, this is recorded history. Oh, and by the way, a coin from this bag is going to the Smithsonian. So you will own a coin from the same bag by which the Smithsonian will have a coin on display as one of the earliest Kennedy half-dollars ever released. So the trail of it, the pedigree of it, it's all there. The value, it's priceless. When I think that in 1969, one of these coins sold for $18,000 at $395, this is the ultimate historic release of a Kennedy half-dollar. I have to go. Please don't miss out on this opportunity. It is once in a lifetime. Stay tuned. There's a lot of great coins coming up. Don't forget this Kennedy half-dollar. Thank you.
Happy holidays from Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Stay tuned for more great presentations coming up next.
I have an extraordinary set of silver dollars for you today. 3 coins struck over 120 years ago in guaranteed uncirculated condition, guaranteed by the U.S. government when they were issued, that offer the kind of rarity most collectors only dream about, folks, never believing they could actually own. 3 incredible coins. This is a historic 3-coin set that offers the greatest potential for your future. Now, when it comes to silver dollars, to offer silver dollars of this tremendous rarity at the price I have them today, this is just a very special moment for me. These kind of opportunities just don't come along very often. And when there is the opportunity to offer silver dollars of this importance, this magnitude, at this price. Now, but before I get into the specifics of this set, it's really important you understand where I'm coming from. My focus for you, my clients, has always been long-term. I don't want you buying coins today that sound like a good deal and may be a good deal today, only to find out years later they have dropped in value and are worth a half or 1/3 of what they sold for years earlier. Now, this is especially important for you new viewers of Coin TV to hear. There are a lot of different coin shows on TV you can turn to. Some have been on the air a long time, decades. And they're proud of that fact. They should be. They proclaim it as, but they proclaim it as if that fact alone merits you take what they say most seriously. What they will not tell you about is their real track record over those years. Now, Exhibit A. 4 years ago, a lot of those other shows were selling silver bullion, American Eagles, at what seemed like good prices. And they featured these coins on virtually every one of their shows at $60, $70 a coin, which seemed like a good price back then, as silver was almost $50 an ounce. Back in 2011, these shows were imploring their viewers to back up the truck, as this was the buying opportunity of a century. And they would quote expert after expert predicting silver would hit $100, even $200 an ounce by the end of the year, or certainly by the end of 2012. experts, as if by calling these people experts, we were to believe they had access to some special crystal ball into the future that we mere mortals were not privy to. Now, the thousands of viewers who took their advice, these experts who told them to back the truck up and get as many as you can, and who are now paying the price, because now 4 years later those same coins are being offered for less than $25 a coin, as silver has gone from $48 an ounce to less than $20 an ounce today. Never once during that time did I offer these kinds of bullion coins on my shows, because I believed long term there was a lot of downside for my clients at those 2011 levels. Now, all the viewers who watch my show, this is not something I wanted to put them in at those levels. And time has proven that, in this case, I was correct. Because again, my focus has always been, always will be, long term. I don't want you buying coins today that sound like a good deal only to find out years later they are worth a third of what you originally paid for them. In my 30-plus years of buying and selling rare numismatic coins, what I am unquestionably most proud of are the collections I have built for my clients. Here is what I'm most proud of. What makes me happiest? I bring these out once in a while for our new viewers. This plaque you see, it's, there's my name on it, but it's a collection I assembled, the finest known proof walking Liberty half-dollar collection. It's called the Joe Murphy collection. These are awards given to my clients. Many of you may be watching tonight for finest known sets. And everyone watching who has purchased a coin on our show, you folks are my clients. Now, there's no other TV coin show host that I know of who can claim he or she has built such a set for one of their clients, even though they may have been on the air for 20, 25 years. How come? Why haven't they built any of these sets for their clients? I love building collections for our clients that have the greatest possible potential for long-term growth. That's what it's always been about for Jack and myself. We're not interested in coin fads on what's hot today. The most important question Jack and I always ask ourselves when buying a rare coin is not, is it a good deal today? That's an important question. But it's not the most important question. The most important question to ask for all collectors is, where might this coin be valued in 10, 20 years down the road? Because if you think a coin is headed down in value, then why buy it today? Buy it in a couple of years and save yourself a lot of money. So
Silver Eagle is the undisputed king of collectible coins right now. Every time a new Silver Eagle is released, millions of collectors rush out to get one. It's why low mintage coins like the 1995 W Proof or the 2019 S Enhanced Reverse Proof command such incredible premiums because the demand is so high and the supply is so small. Now in 2020, we have this special edition American Silver Eagle struck to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. A first release with a minuscule mintage of just 75,000 coins, this ASE easily ranks among the rarest coins in the entire series. So many people were trying to get this stunning coin that it actually crashed the US Mint's website from the sheer number of people visiting it. In just a couple hours, the Mint completely sold out of these coins. And let me tell you, these are not easy to find. Now, one of the main reasons this coin is so popular right now is its special commemorative nature. This coin was struck to celebrate the end of 6 years of grueling war and memorialize all those who were lost during those years. This coin has special meaning to me personally because my grandfather, Howard Enders, served in the Army during World War II. And as some of you might know, Grandpa Howie was the person who introduced me to numismatics as a child, and we always had a really, really close bond. And he volunteered for service. He was stationed in Belgium and France during the Battle of the Bulge, and he never really spoke much about his experience over there during the war, but he was very proud of his service. So to pay tribute to all the heroes like my grandfather, and to the many others who actually made the ultimate sacrifice for our country, the Mint struck the very first American Silver Eagle with a privy mark. Now, a privy mark is a small mark on a coin, similar to a mint mark. And in this case, it has the letter V for victory and the number 75 to honor the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. Now, we've seen different finishes, proofs, reverse proofs, but this is the first Silver Eagle to feature a privy mark. This is a coin that is already going down as one of the most desirable American Silver Eagles ever struck. Now, let's go all the way back to the 1980s. At that time, one of the issues was what to do with the Defense National Stockpile. The stockpile stores and secures raw materials like tin, zinc, iridium, platinum, and other valuable resources that might be needed for a war effort if ever that came. Now, for a long time, however, presidents had been wanting to sell off the silver in the Defense National Stockpile since we produce so much of it here in the US, and there wasn't really a need to hoard it. However, there was a lot of opposition to this plan because if they dumped all this silver into the market, it would exceed the demand and cause prices to fall and harm the silver mining industry. Eventually, it was decided that if they sold the silver in the form of bullion coinage, which people could use as investments, it wouldn't impact the silver industry. Now, at the time, they weren't even considering the collectible value of this coin. So we're pretty lucky as collectors that they decided to use such a beautiful design. On July 9th, 1985, President Ronald Reagan signed the Liberty Coin Act into law, beginning the American Silver Eagle series the very next year. The first Silver Eagle was struck in San Francisco on October 29th, 1986. And since then, it has become one of the most popular coins ever. For over 34 years, The Silver Eagle has been one of the best ways for Americans to safely purchase silver mined here in the United States, as well as giving collectors like us an incredible coin to pursue. When you get into all the different strikes and finishes they've added to the Silver Eagle, the proofs, the reverse proofs, burnished, enhanced finishes, you've got a coin series with so many options, makes it really fun and really challenging to collect. Now today, the American Silver Eagle is easily the most popular coin in America and around the world, even exceeding the famous Morgan dollar. I mean, that's how popular this coin is today. With everything that's happened in 2020, it's almost easy to forget that it was the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. Now, after 6 years of conflict, the war finally came to an official conclusion on the deck of the USS Missouri battleship on September 2nd, 1945. Since then, we've done everything we can to remember that conflict and make sure that war on that scale never occurs again. We also want to memorialize and celebrate those who fought and sacrificed for our safety and our freedom. And the Mint did it perfectly with these gorgeous proof Silver Eagles. These Silver Eagles are proof issues. So they're struck using the state-of-the-art technology for coin production. The Mint strikes these coins individually, and there is just so much effort and cost that goes into making them. The blanks that these coins are struck from have to be polished by hand and chemically treated to ensure that they're clean and ready for minting. Every coin is struck twice during the minting process to make sure that the devices are just razor sharp. Now, all this effort pays off because you get these stunning coins with every little detail of the coin's design fully struck. You can see all of the details in the pattern of Lady Liberty's dress on the obverse. I mean, proof coins are extremely popular among collectors because of their rarity and incredible eye appeal that comes with their ultra cameo surfaces with these mirrored fields and those gorgeous frosted devices. This coin takes it to a whole nother level. It's the first Silver Eagle to ever have a privy mark, and it's one of the rarest. I mean, this is actually one of the first U.S. coins with a privy mark. It's only been used on a very small handful of coins before this. It was used on some platinum coins and a couple of quarters. It's never been used on a Silver Eagle. It's never been used on a silver coin. I mean, this is a big, big deal, but especially on a Silver Eagle, the most popular coin in the world. Now, of course, a big part of why the Silver Eagle is so popular among collectors is because of the artistic beauty of its design. On the obverse, you have that classic walking Liberty, which was originally used on the half dollar, starting all the way back from 1916 up until 1947. This design was created by Adolph Weinman. Weinman was a protege of Augustus St. Gaudens. You know, these guys are some of the greatest artists in American history. So Adolph Weinman created this design on the obverse, and it's remembered as being a coin ahead of its time. The obverse showcases a glorious full-body rendition of Lady Liberty wrapped in the stars and stripes of the American flag. She strides forward toward the rising sun of a new day with an outstretched arm that beckons in hope and freedom. It's just a truly stunning coin design, an inspiration, a guiding light. It's almost as if this design was struck specifically to help us through difficult times, much like the times right now that we're going through. Remember, this coin was used originally on the half dollar during World War I, during the Great Depression, and World War II. Some of the most challenging ordeals our country has ever endured. But when you look at this design of Lady Liberty, striding towards the new day, you just can't help but feel a little uplifted. You know, it's as if it's just reminding us that a new day will come. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of the day, the Mint had a hard time striking this Walking Liberty design on the half dollar, and most issues were weakly struck, lacking a lot of the detail. That's why it's so great for us as collectors that when John Mercanti adapted the design for the Silver Eagle, he was able to fully realize Weinmann's work with new technology and new techniques that saw every last detail fully and beautifully struck as it deserved to be. Now, one of the most important features of this particular coin is that it is the first American Silver Eagle to feature a privy mark. Now, a privy mark is a small mark or a symbol that was traditionally used to identify the mint or some other aspect of the coin's origin. You know, the mint master, or almost like a maker's mark on antique silverware. And this was done to prevent counterfeiting. Here in the US, we usually don't use privy marks, and we rely on other elements to prevent counterfeits, but they are popular in other countries like Great Britain and Australia. Now, if you look at the obverse, you can see this oval with the inscription V75 inside of it for the 75th anniversary of our victory in World War II. This oval, you can see it's not exactly oval, has a little indentation to it there, is actually directly modeled after the Rainbow Pool in West Potomac Park in Washington, D.C., which is part of the World War II Memorial in the District of Columbia, which is dedicated to every American that made the ultimate sacrifice. This is the very first American Silver Eagle to feature a privy mark, which is why this particular coin is so incredibly popular among collectors. When we turn this coin over, you get to see that gorgeous reverse designed by John Mercanti. As the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, Mercanti produced over 100 different coin and metal designs, and his work is considered some of the best ever produced. The reverse he designed here captures all of the classic elements of American coinage. You've got that majestic bald eagle with its wings outstretched, the olive branch and arrows in its talons, the shield protecting its chest, and of course our motto, E pluribus unum, out of many, one. When you look at the reverse, you can see every tiny little detail, from the patterns in the eagle's feathers to the creases in the leaves on the olive branch. It is a testament, not just to Mercanti's craftsmanship, but to the precision and the engineering of the technology used to strike these coins. This is a piece of art that could go in a museum, but it fits in your pocket. One reason why the coins we have for you today are so great is that these coins have John Mercanti's signature on the label. And this isn't a facsimile, it's not a reproduction. And every single one of these coins that you see with me here has his signature. You look at that label and you see this piece of art depicting Ronald Reagan. Now, Reagan, as I said earlier, was the one who signed the Liberty Coin Act into law and initiated the American Eagle program. And the piece of art that we have here is a way to pay tribute to him. This pop art label is actually based off of a bas-relief sculpture of Reagan that was created by none other than John Mercanti himself, meaning that even the label for this coin is a work of art. Now, when I have a nice work of art, I want a nice frame that accentuates it, and I want it signed by the artist. And for me, there's no better way to do this for the American Silver Eagle than with one of our Rare Collectibles TV exclusive Reagan Mercanti label, signed by John Mercanti himself. If you look at that label, you also see the first release pedigree that NGC has given this coin. This coin comes from the very first release. It's only given this designation if it's received by NGC in the first 30 days of issue. And don't forget, this coin has one of the lowest mintages in the entire series. Just 75,000 of these coins were struck by the US Mint, making it the third lowest in history. That is remarkable when you consider there's over 90 coins in this series. If you purchase one of these 2020W 75th anniversary Silver Eagles, one of the keys to the entire series, you'll also receive a complimentary book at no additional charge. This is American Silver Eagles, a guide to the U.S. bullion coin program. It's written by John Mercanti himself with Miles Standish, the renowned coin expert and vice president of NGC. This book is a full guide to the history of the American Silver Eagle series, and it goes deep into the historical and technical aspects of these coins. Now, also included in this offer is a Rare Collectibles TV exclusive baseball-style trading card dedicated to and signed by John Mercanti. This is also included in the offer at no additional charge and is only available through Rare Collectibles TV. This card features all the facts and figures about John Mercanti, such as his date of birth, how many coins he designed for the mint, how long he worked as an engraver, and it also features John Mercanti's signature as well. This is a $29 value, and it's included at no additional charge when you purchase one of these Silver Eagles. If you follow numismatic news at all, then you'll know that the Mercanti reverse will be getting phased out in 2021 with a new design for the reverse. This means that there may be fewer and fewer opportunities to acquire Silver Eagles with this stunning John Mercanti heraldic eagle design on the reverse. If I could add just one American Silver Eagle to my collection, this first release 2020W end of World War II example would be a very strong contender. The only two rare coins in the entire series, the 1995W and the 2019S enhanced reverse proof, would cost multiple times more than what this coin is today, making this a great value. Let me show you here. First off, that 1995W. This proof coin, second lowest mintage in the series. Notoriously rare key date coin. For a long time, Silver Eagle collectors have been just going nuts looking for this coin. When the first 1995W coins were graded, proof 70, collectors just started going crazy. They weren't really grading modern coins at that time. So when they started grading these earlier issue proof Silver Eagles, there were so few 70s, collectors were going nuts. Here's one that sold for $86,000. Since then, they've leveled off a little bit, but still, here's one, $40,000. $50,000. I mean, these are coins that regularly sell for upwards of $30,000 a coin, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 for a 95W in proof 70 is not unusual. Now, here's that 2019S. Just came out a little over a year ago. Took the crown as the lowest mintage Silver Eagle. Here's one someone is asking almost $95,000. This one happens to have the signature of the mint director, but still, $95,000 for a coin, the lowest mintage in this series, just to show you how popular this series is. What people are willing to pay for these type of coins, what these coins go for these highest, most sought after coins, these low mintage key dates in the series. Here's another 2019S. This one they're asking almost $12,000. Here's one, $5,000. I don't think this one's even graded. $5,000 for this enhanced reverse proof. Here we go, $6,000 for a proof 70. I mean, these are the same grade of the coin we have here today. Proof 70, These are the number 1 and number 2 lowest mintage in the series. The coin we have here today is the 3rd lowest mintage, right behind these 2 coins. 3rd lowest mintage, one of the major key dates to the most popular coin series in the world. These are a fraction of what you have to pay for these other coins, these other key dates of the series. This is a great opportunity. Right now, you can purchase this historic American Silver Eagle commemorating the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II for just $1,495. If you prefer to split up that cost, we also have a 2-payment plan for only $747.50. When you make that first payment, your coin goes in our vault and you can pay the other half in 30 days and receive your 2020 W with the Privy Mark. And let's not forget, this is a proof coin. This is a state-of-the-art coin, and it displays the highest possible quality that the mint can produce with modern technology. Proof coins are only struck in limited quantities due to the labor involved in the production. These coins are, they require specially polished dies to strike them. They're sorted individually. These are coins treated with the utmost care and respect to ensure they're in the best possible condition. But even with all of that care, the majority of these coins will never be certified as being perfect. But the examples we offer here today are all graded a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo by the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation, or NGC. You can look at these coins under 5 times magnification and you still won't find an imperfection. These coins are flawless. And don't forget, these coins are in our exclusive NGC signed Reagan label, and you get the John Mercanti autographed trading card and the American Silver Eagle book included as a bonus, free of charge. Now, throughout the show, I've mentioned that these coins are in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition. If you're new to collecting, coins are graded using what's known as the Sheldon grading scale to determine their quality. On this scale, 1 means that the coin is so worn down that you can barely tell what kind of coin it is. A score of 70, on the other hand, is the highest grade possible. And that means that the coin is absolutely perfect, flawless. Now, one of the great things about collecting American Silver Eagles, unlike classic era coins like Morgan dollars, is that in the modern era, you can actually build a collection of coins graded in a perfect Proof 70, if you have the patience and the desire to do so. It's still a lot of work, but it can be done. If you look back to classic coins like the Morgan dollar or the St. Gaudens Double Eagle, Mint State 70 examples don't even exist. The technology just wasn't there yet to produce flawless coins back in those days. Now, on top of these 2020 W Silver Eagles having a perfect grade, these are proof coins. These are not coins struck for circulation or, to be used for change, or they're not coins struck for bullion purposes like the normal Mint State Silver Eagles. These are proof coins, which are much more difficult to produce than bullion coins or circulation strike coins. The blanks need to be treated, polished, cleaned to ensure that the strike is high quality, and the dies have to be specially polished as well to get that gorgeous frosting that you see on the devices. And all that effort pays off, though, as you get these stunning examples like the ones you see now. That cameo contrast between the fields and the devices just means that these coins just pop. They grab your attention from across the room like a good piece of art. It's not very often that the Mint institutes a hard limit of how many Silver Eagles get struck in a particular mintage. But for this coin, we have a confirmed mintage of just 75,000 examples of this coin struck to honor the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II. These coins are an incredible rarity, but that's not all. NGC has recently confirmed that they are going to assign a separate category for Silver Eagles with the Rare Collectibles TV exclusive Reagan Mercanti label, making the population for these prestigious coins even more exclusive. You know, there's so much demand for this coin, even in an ungraded state, that the U.S. Mint's webpage for this coin crashed from the sheer amount of visitors that it had. People are going insane trying to find this coin. People are going nuts. The website crashed, and it is just one of the rarest Silver Eagles, like I said. Let me show you for a second, just to get, you know, I've said it a few times that this is the third lowest mintage in the series. This is a pretty big series. Here's the entire Silver Eagle series, all the different versions. The regular uncirculated version, also known as the mint state or the bullion version. You see a typical strike for the uncirculated coins well into the millions. You know, at the top of the chart, you see several issues over 40 million, over 30 million. Even by the bottom of this page, we get down here, they start to get much lower mintages here. I'm sure there's got to be at least 5 million Silver Eagle collectors in the country. But you see here, we're getting down to coins with mintages of only about 5 million coins. We get to page 2 here. We start to get to some lower mintages again. Here's the 1986, first year of the series, that uncirculated or bullion issue, about 5 million coins struck. Now we start coming down here and we start seeing some of these proof issues. Like I talked about earlier, because of the amount of work taken to strike these coins, it's just so much more difficult. The Mint makes much lower numbers of these coins specifically for collectors. And you can see almost all of those coins are struck in very limited quantities. Just about all of them, except for 2 issues, were struck under 1 million coins. We get down here, only about 500,000 coins struck for some of these dates in the, you know, in the 80s and early 2000s. And then we get to page 3. Here's the last page where you start to see the really rare dates for this series. You see some of these burnished issues, 2008, 2006, some of these proof issues, low mintages. We're getting under 500,000 coins struck. These are some of the rare coins, harder coins to get in this series. 2006 reverse proof, that's a special anniversary coin, only a little less than 250,000 of those coins struck. You've got some of these other burnished reverse proofs, you know, low 200,000. I mean, these are low mintage coins. Then we get down here, under 100,000, some of the rarest coins in the series. 2011 reverse proof, 2011 burnished, and then we see the coin we have here. Only 75,000 coins struck. The only 2 coins in the series that have a lower mintage are that 1995 W proof, which has been a famous, notorious key date, that enhanced reverse proof. This coin only came out, you know, about a year ago, and this coin, look at that, 30,000 coins struck. Those coins already selling for thousands of dollars in proof 70. You know, I showed you some comps earlier, one that sold over $80,000 in proof 70, you know, regularly selling, you know, from $30,000 to $50,000. In the same grade we have here, proof 70 for that coin, multiples above what you can get this coin for today, at only $1,495 for this 2020 W World War II Privy Mark coin. I mean, that just tells me this is a great opportunity to get the 3rd lowest mintage, one of the keys to the series. Now is the time while they're still available. Now, with how much demand there's been for this particular Silver Eagle, I would not be surprised at all if it becomes one of those issues that people hunt after obsessively, just like that 95W or that 2019 S enhanced reverse proof coin that I just was talking about. When you take the American Silver Eagle, the most popular collectible coin series in the world, and you combine it with the historic weight of the 75th anniversary of the end of World War II, you end up with this incredible coin with an incredible story behind it. And then when you factor in that it's a first release coin here, these are coins from that first 30 days, although these coins were all sold out the first day, but these coins got out and got released in the first group that was shipped from the Mint. They were the first group that got to grading, that first release. And more importantly, there's only 75,000 1,000 examples of this coin struck. That's absolute rarity. This coin is rare no matter what condition it's in. But when you have a coin only 75,000 struck from the American Silver Eagle series, it is obvious that this is a coin that will be in demand for years to come. Right now, you can purchase this coin for just $1,495 or 2 payments of only $747.50. And don't forget, every order comes in our Rare Collectibles TV exclusive Reagan Mercanti label, signed by John Mercanti himself. And you receive the Mercanti Collector's Card, also signed by John Mercanti, and the American Silver Eagles book for no additional charge. With how few coins there are in this vintage, if you're going to buy just one American Silver Eagle, this is absolutely the one. Take advantage of this opportunity, because once we sell out, there's no telling if we'll ever be able to offer these again at this price. I mean, this is just such an amazing opportunity. One of the rarest Silver Eagles ever produced since 1986. 90 coins so far in this series and counting. And you have a coin that's the 3rd lowest vintage. This is a big deal. This is a great opportunity. This is a great price. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm Jack McNamara. Thank you so much. And take care and stay safe.
Anna Williams. Anna Williams. That's how I began my introduction to the first Everest presentation that I gave. Anna Williams. Here's a picture of Anna Williams, folks. Anna Williams. Miss Williams' profile, according to George T. Morgan, who was the designer of the Morgan dollar, he felt her profile was the most nearly perfect he had seen in England or America, the perfect profile for the silver dollar he was designing. It's really interesting, the story behind Anna Williams, because she really was very reluctant to do this modeling. She was only 18 or 19 years old at the time. She didn't want to do it. Modeling was really looked down upon, frowned upon at that time. This was in the 1870s. And she only agreed to model on the condition of anonymity. Unfortunately, it didn't remain a secret, and before long, you know, she was gaining all kinds of attention from this. She was a school teacher, and she eventually lost her job because of it. That's the story behind it. You know, it's amazing. Times have really changed for the better. Here, you know, you had the opportunity to have your portrait on one of our coins, and to you know, have that kind of fate, because, and here you are. I mean, it's so famous today. So famous today. Anna Williams. For all our viewers, folks, for all our viewers who have acquired our Morgan dollar Everest 1, Everest 2, and or our Everest 3 collections, those 3 Morgan dollar collections account for 64 different dates and mint marks in the Morgan dollar series. Almost 2/3 of the entire series in brilliant, uncirculated condition. And the majority of those dates and mint marks are very difficult to find, rare date examples in the series. Many of them are the rarest dates for their respective years. Well, today I have the final installment for you. If you have not acquired any of the other collections, Everest 4 is a great place to start. A perfect place to start. If you have already acquired Everest 1, Everest 2, or Everest 3, Everest 4 is a spectacular final edition. It's a smaller set. 8 coins not found in Everest 1, 2, or 3. And you'll love the price. Now, Morgan dollars are the backbone to U.S. numismatics today. And I believe into the indefinite future for all the right reasons. Here you have a coin, coins that were struck over 100 years ago. They were struck for circulation. They were struck, first struck in the 1800s. 1878 was the first year. They are the largest silver denomination struck by the U.S. Mint. Most, of course, were used for commerce. They were spent. You can find silver dollars in every coin shop, jewelry shop, pawn shop, and certainly in abundance at every coin show. But at least 97% of them are circulated. Only a couple percent of that mintage have survived in brilliant uncirculated condition. And here's a chart that shows you some of those numbers. Here you've got, in total, over 600 million were originally struck. 270 million were melted down in 1918 in the Pittman Act, leaving around 386 million. But of those, PCGS and NGC combined have only graded about 1.5% of that total in uncirculated Mint State 60 or higher grade, only about 1.5%. That's it. Now, the key to collecting Morgan dollars is condition. There are two kinds of rarity when it comes to coin collecting. There is absolute rarity and there is condition rarity. Now, in the early days of coin collecting, the early 1900s and before, absolute rarity was the focus of almost all coin collectors. I mean, what few coin collectors there were back in those early days. Absolute rarity focuses on how rare a coin is in any condition, how available it is in any condition. One of the greatest known examples is the 1913 Liberty nickel. Only 5 examples were struck. That was it. So even if you own the lowest grade, poorest quality example, it would still be worth millions of dollars because of the tremendous absolute rarity. Here's one that sold in auction a few years back. Proof 63. They were all proofs. Proof 63. Not one of the finest. And it sold for over $3 million. Because of the tremendous absolute rarity. On the other hand, when we're talking about rare Morgan dollars, we are almost always talking about condition rarity. There are many coins in numismatics that were struck in very high numbers, and they are therefore easy to find. They are very common, at least in circulated condition. But finding them in uncirculated condition, where they have never actually been used for commerce, never been spent, can be quite another matter. And this is especially true in the Morgan dollar series. I've got a Morgan dollar rarity chart that I put together that, and Kim's going to go through it real briefly, and I have the coins in descending order of their condition rarity, from the most common Morgan dollars in uncirculated condition as graded by NGC to the rarest. And it has all the major dates and all the dates and major varieties. And there's over 100 of them. And this is the first page. And the most common Morgan dollars in the 1881 S, over 12 million were struck. Over 226,000 have been graded in Mint State. You go down the page, and we're just going to do this really quickly here. And you could see how they get considerably rarer by the end of the page. That last coin in 1900 only 40,000 graded in mint state, even though it has a mintage about the same as the 1881S. We get to the second page, and you've got, again, we get to coins where fewer than 40,000 have been graded in mint state. Now we're getting to some scarce coins. And just scroll down the rest of that real quick, and we'll get to the third page. And here we get to coins with fewer than 15,000 graded in mint state. That 1921D mintage, that number is incorrect. That's not 14,230. That should actually be 20,345,000. I don't know how that number got in there. But you get down there, and you're getting to some very rare coins now in mint state condition when you get to only 15,000 and fewer coins. And now we get to the next to last page. And you still see a lot of coins. Look at that, in 1889, over 11 million struck, but look how rare it is in mint state. And we'll continue on. You still have a lot of coins with mintages in the millions, but very rare in mint state. And there's the 1886-0, and we'll stop right there. Real briefly, we'll go to the last page, just to the very rarest of all coins. And there you see some coins. Again, you've got the 1901P, 7 million struck. Extremely rare in mint state. The rarest coin of all, 93S. Now that's a rare coin, only 100,000 struck. That also happens to be extremely rare in mint state. But the coin right above it, 92S, at 1.2 million struck, and yet it's the second rarest coin in mint state in the series. Now that previous page, you had the 1886-0, and this is such a great example here because I happen to have an 1886-0 with me, and you could see there the 1886-0. Over 10 million struck, only 1,600 graded in mint state. It's because it's so rare, even though over 10 million were struck. I bought one in a coin shop about a year ago. And I have it with me. But here's one that's sold in auction, MS65 grade, an 1886-0. And it's $161,000. It's a $200,000 coin today. Any uncirculated 86-0 is worth thousands and thousands of dollars because of the tremendous condition rarity in an uncirculated condition. And yet I bought this example in a coin shop for, I suppose, around $35. Because it's circulated, and they're very common in circulated condition. There's the 1886-0, and Kim flips it over. You'll see the O mint mark below the eagle there between the D and O in dollar, 1886-0. So when it comes to collecting Morgan dollars, it's all about condition rarity. Acquiring these coins in beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated condition. This is when they can be truly rare. These are the coins that have the greatest long-term potential for the collector of today. And that is the greatest challenge. But that challenge is what gives them their tremendous potential. So many collectors, folks, millions of collectors who own Morgan dollars, yet so few own these coins in their rarest, most desirable, brilliant, uncirculated state. Here you have what is unquestionably the most popular collector series in U.S. numismatics. Millions of numismatists collect Morgan dollars. Here is a printout from the NGC Collector Registry that I have. I only have the first few pages of all the collectors who have their Morgan dollar sets listed in the NGC registry. If I printed out the whole thing, it would be 3/4 of an inch thick. This is just the first few pages. There's thousands and thousands of collectors who have taken the time to enter their sets into the registry. Out of the entire registry, there are only 2 collectors who have sets where the entire set is in uncirculated mint state condition. And there's also the PCGS collector registry. I mean, there you've got several thousand more collectors. And here's the NGC registry. Only 2 collectors out of thousands and thousands who have sets registered that have complete sets in brilliant uncirculated condition. And these are just the collectors who have taken the time to register their sets. I mean, there's 100 times that many collectors who haven't registered their sets in the registry. Now, these folks are very serious collectors. Now, there are 105 different dates and mint marks to complete the set in the NGC registry. You know, give or take, if you want to collect all those different varieties. There are several important varieties. Nevertheless, you still have over 100 different dates and mint marks needed to complete a Morgan dollar collection. Now, you've got all these people trying to assemble these sets. Only 2 have complete sets in brilliant uncirculated condition in the NGC registry. And again, the primary reason is because there are a handful of dates with tremendous condition rarity that are out of the reach financially for many collectors. And here's just a few. Here, for example, here's an 1884 S. Morgan in MS63 grade, a nice choice MS63, and it's over $60,000. Here's an 1884 S. Unk details, genuine, cleaning. In other words, it's not even gradable as an uncirculated coin. It's not gradable, folks, because it's been cleaned. It's still over $8,000. I showed you the 1886 O. Here's a 93 O, $10,000. The most famous of all, the rarest of all, the 93S. 93S, just MS62 grade, $115,000. Here's one in MS60 grade that I have here for $100,000. Here's an 1893S in circulated, XF condition, heavily circulated. And it's $25,000. Over the years, I have put together many of the finest Morgan dollar collections for my clients. I've received many awards for these collections from NGC. Here's one, for example, Best Proof Morgan Collection. This is from the year 2006, the top-rated Proof Morgan Collection. We call it the Everest Collection of Proof Morgan dollars. Morgan dollars have been my specialty since I first started specializing full-time as a coin dealer in 1981. They've always been my first love. For all the reasons I gave you starting out, I mean, they're just big, beautiful, affordable coins. They're a bargain at today's price levels. The beauty of our Everest Morgan collections is that I've taken my decades of expertise in Morgan dollars to earmark those most undervalued Morgan dates in the series. Those dates that offered tremendous condition rarity the equal to or greater than many other dates in the series that cost many, many times more. And when you look at the coins in the Everest set year by year, check this out, folks. Here we have, when you look at Everest 1, 2, and 3 sets, I have them color-coded. Everest 1, you see all the Everest 1 coins are in a burgundy, Everest 2 are in a light blue, Everest 3 are purple. And you look through each date, where I've got all the dates listed, beginning with the 1878s. They're all ranked for each year in terms of their condition rarity. We've completed all the 1878s. We've got everything but the 1879 CC for that year, and this is a great example. 1879 CC. You look at the 1879S there. It's much rarer than the 79 CC. Why don't we have the 1879 CC in there? Well, because in terms of value, bang for your buck, here's an 1879 CC, a nice MS-63 piece. It's $10,000. Here's one in MS-61, $6,200. You go onto eBay, you can find pages and pages of 1879 CCs. It's not like they're really, really tough coins to find. I mean, they're out there. I mean, there's pages of them. So I didn't include that, you know, in the set. Now you go to the second page. Again, we're going to go through these pages really quickly, and you just take a look at, you know, how much we've completed with Everest 1, 2, and 3. So many of the rarest dates. You see, I've got everything. I haven't included those dates at the top in 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. And we go through, we got the 1884s. There's your 886O we don't have in there yet. '89 CC, that's another coin that's $20,000, $30,000 for a low-grade mint state example, $30,000 or more. And then we're going to finish it out. You know, some of the dates, you get into the mid-1890s, some of those dates are just impossible. 1892S, that's in just mint state 60, it's a $40,000, $50,000 coin. 93S, you've seen the price on that. Those are those dates in the mid-1890s, those are the key dates. And here we wrap it up, 1896, 1897, 98. We've got all the dates from 1898 in there, 1899. So you've got all these coins here, 64 of these coins, almost 2/3 of the entire Morgan collection, folks, for around $17,000. You know, and there's so many rare dates there. There are so many collectors who love Morgan dollars. I love Morgan dollars. So many collectors, literally millions of Morgan dollar collectors in every coin shop, every dealer showcase, every coin show, and so few own a set that is even 25% complete with, you know, 25 different dates and mint marks. For our many clients who have acquired the first 3 Everest collections, you own 64 beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated Morgan dollars, the majority of which are better, rarer dates, extremely rare dates in brilliant, uncirculated condition. You know, and they have rarity that equal to or other Morgan dates in the series, as I've shown you, that regularly sell for $5,000, $10,000 and more in the same condition. And you own all 64 of those coins for just over $17,000. 64 coins. Today, I have Everest 4. Everest 4. 8 dates that are not in Everest 1, 2, and 3. 8 dates with one in particular that is a surprise addition we did not expect to be able to include, but for some very good fortune that Jack was able to jump on. Everest 4 is the last of the Everest series. In the future, we'll be offering the remaining rarest Morgan dates not found in the other Everest collections. But because of the rarity and price of those remaining coins, these dates can only be offered 1 or 2 coins at a time. With Everest 4, you would own 72 Morgan dollars when you include the first 3 Everest sets. That's almost 75% of this complete set. And you've done it for under $20,000. Now, Everest 4. Take a look at the coins in Everest 4, folks. The first date, the 1880s. A beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated example. Kim's going to give you a hand shot of this piece. Beautiful, beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated 1880s Morgan dollar. There's the obverse and reverse. The second date, the 1881s. Brilliant, uncirculated. There aren't going to be any spotted coins, no coins with unattractive toning. Look at the luster on these coins. Now, all Morgan dollars are going to have bag marks. You have to remember, these were large, heavy coins. They were struck for circulation. Once they were struck, they were dumped into bins, you know, with one coin falling on another. The third date is the 1882s. One coin falling on another. From there, they went through counting machines. They were eventually dumped into bags where they were thrown onto trains to be distributed to banks throughout the country. There are no MS-70 Morgan dollars. This is not like the American and Silver Eagles that are coins that are individually handled. I mean, there's only a few Morgan dollars that have ever been graded in MS-69. I mean, they all have bag marks. The fourth date, the 1883-0. But these are extraordinary specimens, relatively few bag marks, beautiful luster, nice strikes, exceptional luster, exceptional eye appeal. Hand-selected by Jack and I. The fifth date, the 1884-0. Again, none of these are in Everest 1, 2, or 3. So if you're just starting, and you want to get started on the Everest collection, this is a great place to start. If you've already got Everest 1, 2, and 3, this Everest 4 gives you 4 more dates you need for your collection. Beautiful 1884-0. The next date is a beautiful 1885-0. This one looks almost semi-proof-like. I mean, beautiful, beautiful luster on all of these. Look at the semi-proof-like. Look at the reflectivity in the mirrors, in the fields on that coin. That's the 6th coin, the 1885-0, and then the 7th coin is the 1887-P. $1887P. Okay, that's 7 coins. That's 7 coins, but there's 8 coins in this set. What's the 8th coin? This was so perfect. Folks, this was so perfect. When Jack and I acquired this deal, we had a lot of options. One of which was to make a presentation on this one coin that we have, because it's a really special Morgan dollar that deserves its own presentation. It's a much rarer date of a variety that is well known among Morgan dollar collectors. And it's a great favorite among Morgan dollar collectors. We acquired some 1891 CC, 1891, Carson City, brilliant uncirculated Morgan dollars. We've got almost 80 of them, 4 tubes. This is a coin you rarely ever see offered. It's much rarer in brilliant uncirculated condition than the 1878 CC, the 1880 CC, reverse of 79, the 1881 CC, the 1882 CC, the 83 CC, 84 CC, even the 85 CC, a coin which you often see offered on other shows because of its low mintage. But in fact, in brilliant uncirculated condition, the 1891 CC is rarer than all of those in brilliant uncirculated condition. One of the reasons is because the government treasury hoard of Carson City silver dollars uncovered in the 1960s included many brilliant uncirculated bags of these other dates, but there were very few 1891 CCs in a GSA holder. They command a tremendous premium. Here's one in the GSA holder, and this is typical, just a regular, a nice BU MS-63 1891 CC in a GSA holder. It's over $6,000. Now, the 1891 CC is a great date. I wasn't able to include it in the Everest 3 Carson City set. But there is also a special variety of the 1891 CC caused by a die imperfection. It's called the Spitting Eagle. And that is the coin we have included as the 8th coin in this collection. The Spitting Eagle, so noted because we have a picture of the reverse where you look at the eagle's head there, and there was a die imperfection, and it looks like, well, it's self-explanatory. What's so beautiful is the population on this coin. You look at the 1891 CCs, folks. Well, first of all, here's all the Carson City dollars certified by NGC, and they're arranged by order of total number certified in descending order. The most common are at the top, the 84 CC you see there. 49,000 have been certified in mint state, and they're in descending order. And you get to the 92 CC, a very tough date, only 3,900 graded. The 91 CC Spitting Eagle, they've only certified 3,200 examples in brilliant uncirculated condition, almost as tough as the 79 CC. So Jack and I thought, you know, eventually we're going to need a 91 CC Morgan dollar to complete the set. But wouldn't this be the perfect 91 CC? Wouldn't this be the greatest bonus for our clients? Kimberly's got an example of one here to show you, the obverse of the Spitting Eagle. Beautiful 1891 CC, Spitting Eagle variety. We have almost 80 examples, just short of 4 complete rolls of this coin, which we can include in the Everest 4 collection. Take a look. Here I have my condition rarity chart for those years in the Morgan series, and at the bottom there you have condition rarity rankings for all the 1890 issues. 1891 CC of all varieties, you can see there's over 8,000 graded. Very rare coin. But there you got the 1891 CC Spitting Eagle variety, the rarest coin in that group. I mean, if you're going to get a 91 CC, this is the one you want to get. A key issue for a very, very tough year in the Morgan Dollar Series included in this Everest 4 collection at a great price because we didn't have to pay a premium for the Spitting Eagle. In other words, we acquired these Spitting Eagles at what, for Jack, was a once-in-a-lifetime price. I mean, this was better than any 1891 CC BU Morgan deal he acquired when he was a buyer at Stack's. These 4 rolls. So here we have Everest 4. If you have acquired the first Everest sets, these are 8 dates you need. If you have never acquired one of these collections, this is a perfect time to start, because we have the entire 8-coin set that includes the Spitting Eagle. Here's one I saw on eBay as a comp. Spitting Eagle variety. They want $2,400 for their example. This is a P&G dealer, a Professional Numismatic Guild dealer. P&G dealer, $2,400 just for his Spitting Eagle. We have got the entire set for only $1,495 for all 8 coins. That's not just the Spitting Eagle, that's the entire 8-coin set. $1,495 is the entire set price, and you're going to get it in this custom box, just like Everest 1, 2, and 3. We have almost 80 sets that we can offer until we run out of the Spitting Eagle variety, folks. Until we run out. And we are getting a lot of calls coming in for this one now. This is something that was a long time in the making, because I needed that 8th coin. We had those 7 coins, and I wanted to get an 8th coin that was going to be really, really special, that would make this, you know, whether or not you had purchased any of the other Everest collections, I wanted to make Everest 4 really special at a great, great price. And this came along, and this was just absolutely perfect. I mean, it is one of those once-in-a-lifetime opportunities to get an 1891 CC, which is a rare coin in brilliant uncirculated condition, whether or not you have the Spitting Eagle variety. But to get this variety, to be able to offer it without having to pay a premium, so that we are able to offer the entire set at this price, folks. It's just an absolute thrill to be able to finally offer you Everest 4. This is something, again, Jack and I have been working on for many, many months. And the 91cc group came along, and this was absolutely the perfect coin for this absolutely sensational Everest 4 set. There you see the reverse of the 1891cc. Only $1,495 for the entire set. We've got a lot of people calling in. We just had one individual buying 3 sets. 3 sets. Thank you very much. That's only $14.95 is $187 a coin. $187 a coin for this amazing Everest 4 collection. And there you see a blow-up of the reverse of the very, very famous variety there, with that die pit that resulted in what looks like, you know, the Spitting Eagle variety, the very, very, very well-known Spitting Eagle variety. Once more, let's go through these, each of these coins once more. Kimberly, one last hand shot on each of these. Again, it starts with the 1880S. Beautiful, beautiful, brilliant uncirculated specimen. Got a lot of folks calling in. I don't know, do we have any open lines there? Any open lines? Everybody is busy right now. Hopefully we'll get open lines very soon. Looks like we have one that may be open, just opened up right now. There's the first date in the series, the 1880S. Again, these are all 8 coins are coins that are not in Everest 1, 2, or 3. So if you have those first 3 sets, these will be additions to the Everest collection. And if you haven't acquired those first 3 sets, Everest 4 is the perfect place to start. You get these beautiful 8 coins, the 1881S, beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated specimens that include the extremely rare 1891cc Spitting Eagle variety. The 3rd coin is the 1882S. Fourth coin, 1883O. Fifth coin, 84O. The 6th date, again, hand-selected. Jack and I go through thousands and thousands of Morgan dollars to find the nicest choice examples of all of these dates. A beautiful 85O. There's the 7th date, the 87P. So you got the 80S, the 81S, 82S, 83O, 84O, 85O, 87P, and then the 8th coin, the 1891cc, a rare coin in any brilliant condition, but we have today, while we have them, almost 4 rolls of the 1891cc. We've sold almost a roll quantity of sets at this point. Again, we start with almost 4 complete rolls of 1891cc's that we can, with the Spitting Eagle variety, that we can include in this set here. And this is a very, very popular item now, with getting a very, very strong response on this. We do now have an open line, so if you've been trying to get in, now's the time to do it. Call in now. We just went through this one last time. There you see the display case. These sets will come in a beautiful custom wood frame display case to go along with that is a nice match for the other Everest collections. I want to thank you for watching this presentation from Kim and I on these Everest Morgan dollars. This is a project, again, we started with Everest 1, Everest 2, Everest 3. With Everest 4 here, you've got about 3/4 of the entire Morgan dollar collection. If you acquired all 4, it's less than $20,000, well under $20,000 for about 3/4 of the entire Morgan dollar collection in brilliant uncirculated condition, with many of the tougher dates in the series in brilliant uncirculated condition. That's what makes it so special, is that I went through and I looked for all the most undervalued issues in the series in brilliant uncirculated condition. And in Everest 4, we managed to get a little lucky and get the 1891cc Spitting Eagle variety that we're able to include in this set. And again, we didn't pay an extra premium for it. And so we get to offer it to you at just the price of a regular 1891cc. So it's a great, great series here that we have for you. Thank you for watching this presentation. Please stay tuned for the next presentation coming up. We have something very, very exciting to show you next.
Thanks for joining us here.
Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm Rick Tomasca, your host, and I have got an incredibly exciting gold opportunity for you today. That's the good news. The bad news is I have real limited quantities of this coin. They're in mint state condition, folks, and they're Smithsonian quality. These coins are equal or superior to the example in the Smithsonian. Now, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. In fact, they own what is considered the single most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It's the first double eagle ever struck. This is the only surviving example. It's in the Smithsonian. It's 1849. This is the first time they ever struck a double eagle. Up to that point, the largest gold coin was a $10 gold piece that they called the Eagle. The Eagle was just about a half an ounce of gold. It was then that they discovered gold in California in 1848. So now our country had this abundance of gold, and they were able to strike an even larger gold coin, which was of incredible help to the banking system because it allowed the banks to make those larger transactions that much easier if they had double eagles to work with instead of eagles. So the Mint began striking the double eagle, and they had a couple of these that they struck in 1849. It was called the double eagle because it was twice the size of the eagle with about an ounce of gold. They're large, heavy coins. A double eagle, folks, I have a couple right here. Well, they're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. A Morgan dollar is a very large silver coin. They're a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. They're about 25 to 30% heavier than a Morgan dollar. Because again, this is about a full ounce, close to a full ounce of gold in a double eagle. The examples I have today, folks, are from the 19th century, and I have them in MS-62 and MS-63 condition. We have a limited quantity of these. I've got, I think, 15 of each on display right now. The total we have is around 70 coins. The Smithsonian example is an MS-62. Take a look at these, MS-62 and an MS-63. For comparison, I also have an MS-60 that we can show the viewers so they can see the difference. Now, when we're talking about MS-60, 62, 63, if you're new to United States coin collecting, those numbers are meaningless. So let me explain in about 30 seconds what that all means. Coins are graded on a 70-point grading system. It's called the Sheldon grading system. From a low of 1, which is a heavily worn coin where you can barely read the date, to a high of 70, which represents perfection. There are no gold double eagles in MS-70 or MS-69 or even MS-68. MS-60 is the lowest mint state grade. It represents a coin that has never been in circulation. Anything below an MS-60 is a coin that's been in circulation. MS-60 is a coin that's never been in circulation, but it has an abundance of